going, everybody? FCB here. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing fantastic. And I hope you're all in amazing spirits. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Kraken 6. And today, ladies and gentlemen, there'll be a lot of cracking going on. The beast has been released. It's time, ladies and gentlemen. The gloves are off. It's the eviction notice that's going to be served and it will be never forgotten in history. That, I will promise you that today. They've had their little time in grifting. They've had their time in the laughter and all the joy of, enjoying their NESARA GESARA scam. Well, it ends today. It's finished. Okay? Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go through the many, many steps of how it all started. We're going to start off with Harvey Bernard. But before we even do that, ladies and gentlemen, you need to know the art of being a con artist. How about we look at this? Number one, con artists are often, what they do is they blend factual elements with fictional embellishments to deceive and manipulate, creating a believable yet ultimately a false narrative. This tactic allows them to gain their victims' trust, and you can see that. That's what they do. They mix facts with fiction, facts with deception, facts with lies, and then they exploit their vulnerabilities. Now, basically how they work is they use real names, events, incorporate that into stories to make it seem more credible. For example, they might claim to know a prominent figure or allude to a recent news story to establish a connection with the victim. We're going through the psychology, ladies and gentlemen, because people got to comprehend this, who you're dealing with there. These entities that are nothing short than a con artist. Because that's what they've been doing. It's doing this huge con for way, way, way too long. So they've rebadged the RV. That's been going on for a while now. They've rebadged, don't you worry, NESARA. Then they converted it to NESARA GESARA because NESARA wasn't just enough for them. NESARA was national, United States only. GESARA incorporates the global aspect of it, therefore increasing, shall we say, more reach. The more reach you have, the more money you make. Let's continue. Fabricating personal history. That's what they do. They create elaborate backstories, and you've seen them all, ladies and gentlemen. You've seen Charlie Ward, Phil Godlowski, and all of these others. They create these elaborate backstories, the lies, the deception, that includes elements of success, wealth, or personal connections to gain sympathy or admiration from their followers. These fabricated details might be based on real-life experiences or aspirations, but they are twisted and exaggerated to serve their deceptive purpose, creating a false sense of urgency, ladies and gentlemen. They create the fear of missing out. That's the other tool in their, shall we say, toolbox. Con artistry, basically the con artists frequently use the time-sensitive situations or exclusive opportunities to pressure their victims. You've seen it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's talk about Phil Godlowski for a moment, right there. Here's a con artist. Remember the con to do with the snake venom, with the water? Well, that was basically a time-sensitive situation. And he used the fear of missing out and fear itself to push the sale of those particular water filters. When the company was approached, they washed their hands clean and said, we had nothing to do with it. Just like everything else that they, put out there. They might claim that a limited time offer or a rare investment opportunity will soon disappear, creating a sense of fear of missing out. Then they exploit the emotions of their, I call them victims. Con artists are adept at identifying and manipulating their victims' emotions. You've seen how they manipulate the theatrics that they put on They, think about this, COVID, right? A very, shall we say, a situation that basically emotionally compromised a lot of people. 9/11. Remember the Dove of Oneness, we're going to speak about her in great detail today. Oh, don't you worry, because a lot of the embellishments, lies and deception came from her that carry on to this very day. Okay, so basically she used 9/11 as a way of selling her wares, and NESARA, her little NESARA that she created, not the NESARA of Harvey F. Bernard. I'm going to show you the differences. I'm going to show you the cons that these entities have been putting out there to this very day. They create conventions that, you've seen them. They have conventions in Florida, in Miami, and all around America. And basically, they make a lot of money off these conventions. These speakers that attend, they make basically vast amount of money. And you think about it, what happens? It gives them more validity to what they're saying. By going and doing these conventions and putting themselves out there, it's actually giving more validity to their con. You've seen Charlie Ward out on stage many times and lying through his teeth. Then he tries to renege on things. It's consistent. It's a consistent behavior of con artistry, ladies and gentlemen. That's exactly how they operate. Now, the combination of factual elements with fabrication. All right, so they fabricate details, make it challenging for the victim to discern from the truth. As the con artist narrative appears plausible on the surface. So on the surface, it seems plausible because they mix all the factual elements in there. This is why it's crucial to be skeptical of individuals. You need to use your discernment. I'm the only one that says this over and over again because the others want you reliant on them. I want you empowered with facts, evidence, and receipts. I want you empowered, as Q says. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. That's what it means. Individuals who make extravagant claims or pressure you into making hasty decisions without proper verification. That is what they do. Now, do you comprehend the art of con artistry? How they use their deception, how they mix facts and deception together to give plausibility to their statements, plausibility to their stories. And that's why I say use your discernment. Another form of con artistry, ladies and gentlemen, is known as the RV. Let's talk about that. The re-evaluation scam that has been going on for years. Basically, it's pretty simple. You got the dong and the dinar. Let's use that because that's the one that they use, and the ZIMs. Now, basically what they do is, back in the day of Saddam Hussein, Saddam created his own dinar, or his, back in the day, he created his own currency. What happened was that currency, when the war happened and they took it over, they put in the reserve bank, the central bank, and then they brought in their own dinar and the rate went up. So therefore they used that as a fact in order to gain, as I said, traction to be able to sell this scam. The dong and the dinar, ladies and gentlemen, basically we're still awaiting for the increase of the value of that low rate currency. They continue to make these promises over and over and over and over again. Now, you think about it, they also do the ZIMs. Why does Charlie Ward talk about the ZIMs? Because the ZIMs, ladies and gentlemen, it's showing that he's a humanitarian. Basically, he's saying it's giving that humanitarian element, and that humanitarian element is bringing down the guard of his followers or his victims. So basically, the Zimbabwe dollar, right, okay, he's saying, well, look, you can't use it because it's worth so many trillions of dollars, whatever it is, and therefore it's got to be used for humanitarian projects. So that's basically all this ZIM thing is doing. is basically bringing down the guard of the victim so they can be open to the con artist known as Charlie Ward and the rest of them that have been pushing the RV scam. The victim's guard is dropped down. Then what happens is, ladies and gentlemen, in comes the con. The con is that you think that they're there to help humanity. However, what they're doing is basically open you up for the cons that are coming your way to bring down your guard. That's why that ZIM scam was created for. He is basically, as I said, he's relying on the goodness of humanity and people. And that's how con artists work. Now, you think about what this does. No, you're not going to buy the ZIMs from him or the dinars. No, he doesn't care about that. Because what it's doing is that the more people buy this thing, right, we've got to watch Charlie Ward. We've got to watch the RV guys that know what they're talking about. And guess what? You're hooked. So you go and buy these dinars and dongs and whatever else, the Zimbabwe dollars. Your guard is down completely because you're thinking that he's doing it as a humanitarian thing. This is all part of the scam. So basically, then what you're doing is you're relying on that information. You're going to be watching them religiously, them and others. And what you do is you're increasing their monetization. The more followers that watch them, the more they get monetized. Then in comes, well, if you want to know more, you got to subscribe to the Insiders Club. You subscribe to the Insiders Club, and that's where they're making their big dollars. Subscription fees, ladies and gentlemen. Now, they charge, just say, let's give it 11, say 1 million subscribers. I'm being generous. So they've got 1 million subscribers. They charge, say, €11 or $11 a month. You do the maths, ladies and gentlemen. That's $11 million a month alone just on subscriptions. And not including their monetization that they've been getting. That is enrichment beyond, you can possibly imagine. Then they sell their wares. The virtual gold is another scam. If you don't hold it in your hand, you don't own it. That's the reality. Virtual gold is not backed by the government. Fact. And then what they do is they sell their wares, their sponsors, because think about this. So they've developed a huge following and they're pushing this humanitarian thing. The guard is down. The RV, and then this comes NESARA GESARA. That also connects up to that, ladies and gentlemen. That all connects up. That whole bunch of con artistry, it all connects up. The dots all connect up, and it's basically NESARA GESARA comes into it. XRP comes into it. Everything, QFS, the whole box and dice. And basically they do these seminars. They do these, retreats and whatever else, conventions. And basically the more that do it, the more validity they get. Because guess what? They're all doing it together. So therefore they've created an echo chamber effect, just like the mainstream media have. And they all network with each other. And guess what? The more they network with each other, the more validity they give to each other. It's a con. And then also what happens is they exchange followers. So that's why, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the big numbers like the others do, because they all part of a network and they all enable each other. That's how they operate. So basically they do these sessions where they get together, they do these one interviews the other. I call it circle jerking. That's the way I call it. Okay, because basically that's what it is. That's why they do these round tables. It's nothing to do with their care about their audience. No, they care about themselves, and basically it's an exchange of basically their followers. So it's increasing the amount of followers, and that's why, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I don't do these circle jerking sessions. I know what they're up to. You could see it, ladies and gentlemen. You could see who they are. And basically they get together, and from that they exchange followers and they increase each other's following. Then they create a network. They do these conventions together. They don't care about the people. They don't care about anybody but themselves. They're there to enrich themselves. That's what they're there for. That's the reality. So you've got this NESARA GESARA groups that have been created. Then you've got the med beds as well that has been created. The med beds, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the med beds. Then the QFS. Then the XRP groups. They all intermingle with each other. Let me give you an example. That was at the Quantum Summit in Florida. Have a look at what's there. Number one, you can see there digital assets. Blockchain. What do you see on the bottom? RV. They also play the game of Q. They allude to everything. I'm going to go through this. It'll make all sense. We the people, they use phrases that is going to attract people. Quantum financial system, that Charlie Ward is the one that has gone out there and pushed this, being the leader and, you know, the spokesman, you've heard him say it, on the quantum financial system. Then they inherit the 1776, year of 1776. They use the United States of America. The quantum wellness, they incorporate the medbed system in there as well. Then they use 8 and 9 to do it. 8 plus 9 equals 17, which equals Q. Then they incorporate some facts like ISO 20022, blockchain. Do you see how it all works? They get together and they scam. Here's another example from their summit. You got this gentleman name, his name is Paul White, the one that you've seen on this throne of his. The throne of bullshit, that's what I like to call it, built on deception and lies. Basically, what he's done is, look at that, NESARA GESARA. Then he's incorporated NESARA GESARA with Doge. Then you got no more, so you got facts with fiction. Facts, the end of the cabal. In other words, is alluding to Pizzagate, XRP. President Trump is plastered all over this. And then look at this. We've got Jesus the Palladian speaking to President Trump. Can you see the con artistry, how it all works? They are a bunch of absolute disgusting, disgraceful con artists. And they take advantage of people because guess what? What they want to do is this. They want to enrich themselves, so they basically get together and they all sell their wares. So basically right there you will have all the XRP gurus there. You will have all the things to do with NESARA GESARA groups, their spokesmen, different people speaking there. Let me show you an example. So this is their summit. This is from their thing, right? So basically, look at this. So this is their thing. Look at this. So they've got all this dancing business going on. And it's the same deal. It's the same deal wherever you go. They've got the same sort of deal. Here we go. Jason Shirker. Jason Shirker, ladies and gentlemen, is the one that deals with the med beds. Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, you know how I feel about her now. I have no respect for her whatsoever. 107, another grifter, Kerry Cassidy. All these entities, there we are, all under the one roof. Michael Jaco. And this is the con. As I said, when they all get together, they all play the game. And then they share each other's following. It's all about keeping the illusion, the deception alive. But not anymore. It's finished today. Today, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to know the real truth. You're going to know the real truth about Harvey Bernard. I think it's about time that we open up the Kraken, as I said, with a real damning truth. Please pay attention to what I'm about to say. This presentation, this Kraken, aims to clarify the falsehoods and the deceptions that have been propagated by Shanae, Candace Goodwin, otherwise known as the Dove of Oneness, and others who've assumed control over NESARA and also known as GESARA. These fabricated lies distort what was initially an academic initiative by Harvey Bernard, intended to assist farmers such as the Baskerville farmers, in preserving their farm, which was being seized by the government. This is exactly what Harvey wanted to do. It was known as the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. That is the real acronym of NESARA. Is a collection of suggested economic changes for the United States that were put forward back in the 1990s by an individual named Harvey Francis Bernard. He argued that his ideas, which involved swapping the income tax, so they had the income tax, and then he wanted to get rid of it and introduce the national sales tax at roughly around 14%, and eliminate compound interest on secured loans, and reinstate what we call the biometallic currency, so basically currency that is backed by gold and silver. Okay, so it's pretty much straightforward what Harvey wanted to do. Now, Harvey's background was an engineer, engineering consultant and an educator with a PhD, Dr. Harvey Francis Bernard. Okay, now he printed out a book. He did a book, and he also did the NESARA proposals. Now, this book has about 1,000 copies at the time. It was called Draining the Swamp. Okay, now this book, basically he distributed to Congress. He promoted this recovery plan. Okay, he did what he could to get it out there. Now, the proposal, ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what that looks like, because people are going to really see what it really means. This is what was proposed to Congress. Let me show you. I'll bring it out. Okay, here we go. That's the real document. Okay, so this is the documents. Okay, that was in, let me show you. There's this one here. Here we go. This one here. Right there. That's what it was. And it never made the floor. It never did. So this document is exactly what Harvey F. Bernard produced. This is the real NESARA you're seeing right now. Now let's go through the purpose. To provide monetary reform by amending the Federal Reserve Act of 1913. To provide fiscal reform by amending the Internal Revenue Code, in other words, the IRS. To secure for the American people the unalienable right to life and liberty and prosperity. So basically, this is exactly what Harvey had installed. He had installed this, basically he created this proposal. Okay, that's exactly what it was. This is the real Harvey Bernard, ladies and gentlemen. This is the creator of the real NESARA. He had the best intentions. Harvey F. Bernard was a visionary, right? He was a visionary thinker, a crusader for the economic justice and voice of change in a world hungry for solutions. He was a man behind the legendary National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. His story is one of curiosity, determination, and a relentless pursuit of truth. Harvey F. Bernard was a passionate advocate for economic reforms. His journey into the world began not into boardrooms or legislative assemblies, but in trenches of practical problem solving. Trained as a system troubleshooter and a technical consultant, he possessed a unique talent of dissecting complex systems and identifying the underlying flaws. In the late 1960s, a chance remark by a professor sparked a fire within Harvey. So in the 1960s, basically, this is exactly what Harvey remembers, that it sparked something in him. The professor suggested that the social and economic problems could be analysed and solved using industrial problem-solving techniques. This remark ignited a new passion within Harvey and set him on a lifelong quest, to disentangle the intricacies of America's economic system and propose tangible solutions to address the challenges. He was driven by a deep sense of purpose and a vision for change. Bernard dedicated decades of his life. This man is a true patriot. Okay, and he researched and he analysed, okay, and basically advocating for economic reform. This is exactly what Harvey wanted to do. The National Stabilization Act, Recovery Act, as commonly known and referred to as NESARA, the real NESARA, aimed to abolish the federal system or the Federal Reserve System and introduce a new asset-based currency. Replace income tax, so basically income tax, with a national sales tax, a once over 14% flat rate, and provide a debt forgiveness for certain individuals and institutions. And then additionally, it included provisions for new elections and the restoration of constitutional law. Through NESARA, though NESARA was never enacted into law, it holds a strong potential for resolving a range of economic and social issues our country has long struggled with. Draining the swamp, that came from him. Did you know that term, draining the swamp, came from Harvey Bernard? That's the real book, Draining the Swamp, the NESARA story, monetary and fiscal policy reform by Harvey F. Bernard. Right there. Now, you think about what Harvey's intentions were: to improve, to basically abolish the Fed, get rid of the IRS, and then back it with a 14%, with a sales tax. He had the best intentions. So you can see that there was also the debt forgiveness element that was included and all these other things. But then all the embellishments come in afterwards. All the embellishments. He knew that this was an unfair taxation system. These others that have been going out there have added the extraterrestrials, Palladians, Saint Germain's Trust. I'm going to show you all this. The spiritual woo-woo. All the embellishments come from the Dove of Oneness, ladies and gentlemen. All those embellishments. Harvey Bernard was a man with integrity, and yet James Fink went on record on his video, Change on the Horizon, and called him a CIA asset, as did the Dove of Oneness. Everything that James Fink did, remember that movie, Change on the Horizon, which we'll go through, was basically based on Dove of Oneness's work. And he credits her. You will see in the credits of his movie that he credits her and not Harvey Bernard, the original creator of NESARA. He said, let's go back to the biometallics, currency. Silver and gold. That all came from him. Getting rid of the Fed, getting rid of the IRS, that all came from this man. President Trump, I can tell you right now, why does he say draining the swamp? Everyone's heard that term. Where did you think it came from? Where did you think it came from? Now do you get it, ladies and gentlemen, what President Trump is really doing? And these entities go out there day in and day out and discredit Harvey's memory. No, today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm giving honor to Harvey F. Bernard's work, and I'm going to put things straight. Let's have a listen to his interview on the radio, because no one wants to listen to what Harvey has to say, but we will.
Would create a sales tax as opposed to the regular income tax that we have seen over the many, many years with the IRS. And so Harvey Bernard will join us to talk about that concept coming up on the KNZZ Morning News. It's Harvey Bernard from the NESARA organization. NESARA stands for National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. It's a package that Harvey has put together, and he joins us in studio today. Harvey, thanks for coming in this morning.
Good morning.
First, Harvey, tell us about your particular tax plan. It would be basically a national retail sales tax of 14% that would do away with the current tax system we have in this country. Why do you feel like this plan, your plan, the NESARA plan, would be the best way to go for this country?
Well, on April the 10th, the House of Representatives passed Concurrent Resolution 141. It passed 424 votes to nothing. That says that Congress was essentially going to revise the Internal Revenue Code. They're serious about this time around. The front runner is a bill called H.R. 25. It was put together by Americans for Fair Taxation. That group was formed by Leo Lindbeck Jr., a multimillionaire down in Texas, and some of his buddies. They put together $4.5 million, went on to raise $20 million. It's been introduced into Congress, and it's a front runner and probably will actually make it to the House floor. I have several problems with that bill. I think the bill that I wrote 13 years ago is a much better bill.
Why is your bill, or how is your bill better, and how is it different than the one that's currently in Congress right now?
Well, their H.R. 25 proposes that there would be a 23% tax. They want to eliminate the income tax, the capital gains tax, the Social Security tax, the Medicare and the Medicaid taxes. So all of the taxes associated with payroll will go away. Unfortunately, the way they calculate the tax is a little bit deceiving. They call it a 23% tax. If you bought $100 worth of goods, there would be $30 worth of federal tax on it. They take the 30 and divide it by 130 and call that 23%. I think most people that got charged $30 on a $100 purchase would think it was a 30% tax.
Harvey Bernard joins us. He has created the NESARA Act. It's something he created 13 years ago. And I guess, Harvey, let's first start out with your background. What makes you qualified to come up with something that would revise the tax code in this country?
Don't know anything at all about taxes or economics. I'm a systems troubleshooter. I take a look at a system for my clients and decide what's wrong, what's the problem. And we've got some real problems in this country. We were down $1 trillion before 9/11. That was a direct attack on the country. It cost us another $1 trillion. Congress threw away the Social Security lockbox. You don't ever hear them talk about that anymore. They spent all of that money. They raised the national debt. You remember when Ross Perot was going around and talking about how bad we were at $5 trillion? This time next year, we're looking at a $6 trillion debt. NESARA is the only bill out there that says we get rid of $1 trillion worth of debt up front, change our tax system, and change our monetary system, and put another $5 trillion on the table for the American people. It's a debt restructuring program for the American homeowner. The average savings for the American homeowner would be about $90,000 to $100,000 for every home mortgage. In the Grand Valley alone, that amounts to 1 and 9 zeros. That's $1 billion just for us.
Now, NESARA, as I said before, is essentially a national retail sales tax of 14%. What is it tax? What won't it tax?
There are about 20 categories of exclusions in the NESARA bill: groceries, insurance, rents, leases, a lot of the government mandated expenses. That's the way to actually do it. Under H.R. 25, they propose that there's going to be a rebate check sent to every qualified family in America. Bill Gates is going to get his rebate check just like everybody else does. This is going to be paid for out of the Social Security Administration. They're going to handle the paperwork. It's an unbelievable, complicated system. It's going to involve your Social Security numbers, and you have to be registered every single year.
Harvey Bernard joins us in studio. He is the architect of the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, which would create a national retail sales tax of 14%. So you said, Harvey, you created this 13 years ago. For many people, this is probably the first time they've ever heard of NESARA. Why has this been such a well-kept secret?
Well, I tried to do it from the top down. I had 1,000 copies of the bill printed, carried it up to Congress, distributed it to all the offices there, and went home, figured I'd sit around for a week or two, and they would do something about it. After 10 years of walking the halls of Congress, I had made essentially no progress, none whatsoever. And so I posted it on the internet. It's now posted at NESARA, NESARA.org. And anybody that wants it can have it. So in the last 3 years, we've had it posted there, and we're now getting 12,000 visitors per month.
What about Colorado's delegation? What about Scott McInnes and Wade Allard and this state's delegation? Have you talked to them? What's been their response to NESARA?
Scott McInnes was one of the first ones to ever get a copy. He's had it in his office for about 13 years now. And his opinion is that, well, if there was enough public support for it, he would be for it. The only real help we've ever gotten was recently, Senator Wayne Allard had made a visit here for a town hall meeting. I provided him with 3 copies of the NESARA bill, one for his office and one to send to the Congressional Budget Office and one for the Office of OMB, and just asked him to check the numbers. They called back Monday and said it had been done. That's the first help we've got in 13 years was from Senator Wayne Allard's office.
So, Harvey, what's the next steps? Senator Allard has expressed apparently some interest in your act. Where do you go from here?
Well, we take a look at the report when we get it back, check my numbers. If I'm right, well, we'll figure out what to do then. If I'm wrong, I'll sit down and shut up.
Harvey Bernard joins us. He has created the NESARA Act, and we're talking about that and also just the way things are from a tax standpoint in this country. What about what President Bush is pushing for, Harvey, some of the tax cuts and things he wants to do? Is that a step in the right direction or a step backward?
Won't work. The problem is that they've already cut the interest rates to a 41-year low. We're at 1.25%. That didn't do any good. He's looking at $350 billion to $500 billion, and that's spread over 10 years. It's too little and it's too late. We need help this week, not 10 years from now.
Harvey Bernard joins us, and once again, if you want to look at the NESARA Act, you can go to NESARA, NESARA.org to take a look at what Harvey's doing. And Harvey, what about, we mentioned the Colorado delegation and their interest or lack thereof. What about other congressmen across this country? Anybody else expressed any interest in what you're doing?
None whatsoever. I did have a couple of private talks with some representatives in Congress that said that they would support the bill if someone else had introduced it. They were already online to having supported H.R. 25, and apparently there's some rule written on the wall around there that you can't be supporting 2 different bills in the same subject at the same time.
So a lot of passing the buck in this case. I mean, we'll support it, but, somebody else needs to introduce it, or, if I see, overwhelming support, then somebody will get on board with this. It's politics, passing the buck. Well, Harvey, we appreciate you coming in. Once again,
Isn't it good to see who really created NESARA? Isn't it about time that Harvey had a voice? Well, I've given him a voice today, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for him to be known, because you know what? These embellishments, the lies and the deception has been going on for way, way, way too long. Way too long, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm putting an end to it today. You can see that Harvey Bernard has been called by James Rink on that movie, Change on the Horizon. He was called a CIA asset. People have been lied to, and I'm here to straighten it all out. Don't you worry, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to bring out the truth. I'm fed up with the lies. We're fed up with the deception. And today's the day where it all gets ironed out. Moving on to the next phase, ladies and gentlemen. Shanae Candace Goodwin, known as the Dove of Oneness, saw as an opportunity to exploit NESARA as a scam, or what they call a prosperity program. Okay? And this scam that she created, she changed the acronym. She changed the acronym from National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act to the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. She changed it for a reason, and that was to go on with her grift. Now, Goodwin took control over NESARA in the early 2000s, and she piled on a bunch of made-up stories to what started off as a genuine academic initiative by Harvey Bernard. She even had the nerve to claim that Harvey Bernard's website was a fraud, and then basically that he was running hidden agendas, that he was working for what they call a black agenda, okay, dark agenda. And while she was taking money from her followers, that's what she was doing it for. And despite the nonsense about them being two NESARA, ladies and gentlemen, which is not true, there's only the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act that Harvey Bernard created. The original NESARA comes from Harvey, who had pure intentions. And he created it for the right reasons because he cared about people. That's what he did it for. Not for the personal gain. Whereas in contrast, Goodwin hijacked Bernard's work, adding false claims and ultimately swindling them, for the support of her fabricated narrative. And then basically in order to attract the following. And you see it continues on today. Subsequently, they, extorting money from them in support of their falsehood she appended from Bernard's original work. It's disgusting. It literally is. Now, there's not much information about her act, the National Economic Security Reformation Act, on Wikipedia or anywhere else. But they've taken that, and what they've done is they've taken her manifestation, her creation, her abomination as you see it today. You've seen it being repackaged back in as I said, in 2001. Goodwin used it because of what happened in 9/11. She saw it as a way of pushing that particular grift. And that's what she did it for. She said so many things. Let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen, which is going to make the world of sense. Okay? Because I think people need to see things visually as well. Does everybody remember this? Does everyone in the chat remember this little, shall we say, this little creation with a Statue of Liberty, and then we got this over here. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the DVD that is created by the Dove of Oneness, which you will watch very shortly. Let me remind you what this looks like. Does everybody remember this? This is what has been going around the place. That was created by the Dove of Oneness. That symbol of right at the top, ladies and gentlemen, is the grift, is the lies, is the deception that she created that these others, like Charlie Ward and all the others that push the NESARA, now GESARA business out there, it all comes from her. NESARA announcement, look at this, forgives credit card, mortgage, and other bank due to illegal. That's fact. So what they do, as I said, it goes back to the con artistry. Do you see why it was very important to start off with the con artistry? To show you how a con artist works, the psychology? Because now you're going to get it. They mix up the facts, forgives credit card, mortgage, and other bank debt due to because banking, the Federal Reserve is unlawful. The IRS is unlawful. Therefore, they do mix up the facts, but they also put in the embellishments, such as the 128 days after NESARA's announcement that they will establish a new presidential and congressional elections. She also claims that Bill Clinton passed it into law in March 2000, passed into law and then signed into law in October 2000. You're going to see videos, you're going to see things that's going to blow your minds. Now, all these things, the rainbow currency, yes, let me talk to you about that one. Creates new US Treasury currency known as rainbow currency. That was an embellishment. That was a creation of the Dove of Oneness once again. Now, you've seen what Harvey Bernard said about going to a bimetallic currency. That makes logical sense. However, they came up with this rainbow currency that'll be backed by gold, silver, platinum, precious metals, so forth and so forth. Does everybody remember this? Let's have a look at this, because people have got to get the truth for once. And you're only going to get it here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. You're not going to get it anywhere else. You all remember this, don't you? Everybody remember this? The rainbow currency that has been going out there, as in this is what's going to be, obviously our new currency, backed by the Dove of Oneness that's been pushing it out there, the rainbow currency. Now, this, ladies and gentlemen, is nothing more than art. You heard correctly. Meet the artist himself. His name is Andrei Avgast. Right there. He's from Belarus. And you've been seeing how they go out there and they push this little thing all over the place. NESARA this. Found him on the quantum rainbow currency designs. Do you see the embellishments? No, let me show you. As I said, meet Andrei Avgast. He's the one, the designer that created this particular, shall we say, this creation back in 2000, I think it was in 2018, the artwork. And he's from Minsk, Belarus. There we go. These are all his creations. Now, this comes from Coin World. This is a reputable site. And basically, it's an art project. Nothing more, nothing less. A redesign. The art project is known as the American Money Reimagined by Troy Turner, and it's on the website of Yanko Design, that describes itself as an online magazine covering what it calls the best in intentional product design. It is basically, ladies and gentlemen, artwork. That's all it is. Let me show you from the website, from the Yanko website. This is the video. Have a look. Now, at the end of the day, yes, that looks really great. Looks fantastic. We love it, but it's art. We want to see what's real. That's what we care about. We've been lied to by these grifters, these liars and deceivers for way too long. And it all comes down to Shanae Goodwin, the Dove of Oneness. And you can see that there are groups like this, and many of them, ladies and gentlemen, that are out there and they push this post-NESARA currency that is nothing more than a deception and a lie. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is Yanko Design. This is the website that I got. As I said, that's from their website. They specialize in art. American Money Reimagined by Troy Turner. It's all there. The facts, evidence, and receipts cannot be disputed. It's just like the XRP. These people, they think that it's backed by gold. Well, you contact Ripple or you go to Ripple and they tell you that it's not. So who's lying here? That's the question. It's them. Now, as I said, we want things to be factual. We want things to be real. We don't want to be lied to anymore. We don't want to be gaslit. The fact is this. Why do they continue? Well, think about this. There's so many people fall into the meat grinder. There are so many gullible people that believe all this, these embellishments that started off from the Dove of Oneness. Everybody remembers this, don't they? Floating around the place. Well, now you know where it came from. Now you know. And let me show you her website. Well, basically, I had to take a screenshot from the video, which you're going to see. But this is her website. It was known as NESARA.us. Have a look on the bottom. Reports by Dove. NESARA status, ladies and gentlemen. She took something that Harvey created and turned it into rubbish. A bunch of garbage. That's what she did. There you go, NESARA status report by Dove. And it continues on, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. The spreaders. Real JFK Jr. Really, how many of these idiots are out there going and pretending to be the real JFK Jr.? I mean, we had Fusca, 107, the manifestations of Pascal. I mean, and who's this guy right here? Obviously, no, he's the real JFK because he knows that the Dove of Oneness is on the money. Look at this. A reminder, this is from the real JFK Jr., which is a bunch of garbage to begin with. A reminder of Gesara and NESARA, the act was passed in 2000. It was nothing more than a lie. Fact. Do you see? This entity known as the real JFK Jr. has been lying, deceiving, tarnishing the name of JFK Jr. They've been prostituting it, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you something. They took something that Harvey Bernard made and they prostituted it out there. They destroyed it. They used JFK's name, JFK Jr.'s name, to enrich themselves beyond means. They go around pushing the NESARA GESARA lie to this very day. And it's disgusting and disgraceful. Have a look at this. And you know, it goes on. So we've been through this rainbow currency. Initiates new US Treasury bank system in alignment with constitutional law. That's, well, Harvey said it. Do you see how they mix fact with fiction? How they grab bits of Harvey's original NESARA and then in comes the fictitious claims underneath it. Restores financial privacy. So they put all these facts and then they mix it with the embellishments. Establish peace. So basically you could see how they all put it together. releases enormous sums of money for humanitarian purposes. Now think about that. Who's the one that's been going out there and pushing NESARA GESARA? It's been Charlie Ward, all these others. He spawned Nicholas Benjamin and many other groups. You know who they are. You know who they are. Well, according to, shall we say, Treason in the Gang, Dr. Scott Young apparently is a specialist on NESARA and the current economic landscape. Really, Dr. Scott? Because you know what? Apparently, they didn't get the memo, did they? No, they didn't. They will get the memo today. Because you know what? These idiots over here have been pushing this NESARA business for way too long. And many of them do it over and over and over and over again. It's about time that these entities are exposed. They're going around and enriching themselves, including Ricardo Bossi, including all those that you've been seeing. And it's disgusting, beyond means disgusting, that they create these conventions and they lie and they push these on the stupid people that are out there and they believe their lies. That's the thing. The victims that are out there because they believe it. I'm going to show you that this is something that's been going on for a very long time. They are wicked. They are disgusting. And they have been benefiting off it by creating merch and books. Look at this, Bruce Goldwell, this idiot right here, creating book after book after book after book. Then you got these people mixing in NESARA GESARA with the Palladians. And then you got that, oh no, look, it's disgusting. It really is, guys. It's a really sorry state of affairs, and it's in Walmart too. Now, let me show you something. This is the book that this guy had written. And his name happens to be, where is it? I've got it here, Bruce Goldwell. Bruce Goldwell uses, and I've seen his books, people have said that he uses ChatGPT and artificial intelligence to generate content. That's what he does. And they use and manipulate and they use the NESARA GESARA gravy train. All of them do. Look at this. Even in Japan. They're sick. They're absolutely sick people. Do you see what they do? And they just, it's like one big fat, shall we say, NESARA GESARA gravy train. They turn Harvey Bernard's creation into an abomination. That's what they did. And you've seen the list. It all comes from her. And if you go on to try to go to her website, forget about it. It doesn't exist. No. I tried getting into there, and basically that's all I got. So these people have been going around believing all this garbage right here, buying the merch, attending the conventions, being lied to and deceived, and it all comes from this. All comes from the Dove of Oneness. It's lovely, isn't it? But you know what? They should be watching it right now. They should be watching it and packing their bags because their deception is finished today. She is the one that did it. This is the Dove of Oneness. This is Shanae Goodwin. She's the biggest con artist you could find. She took Harvey Bernard's work and totally turned it into the abomination that you see today. And then these others have taken it, rebadged it. That's what a con artist does. They rebadged the con. They polished it up. And she used it also, as I said, at the time, because she saw that people were emotionally compromised at the time of 9/11. Think about it. Every crisis is an opportunity for a con artist to make money, because that's when people are at their most vulnerable state. She saw this. She used it. Now, she came from a school called the Ramatha's School of Enlightenment. Yeah, enlightenment on how to grift in Washington. Now, basically, Amiga, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to know what Amiga Trust is. So she sent money to Amiga, the Amiga Trust, even though apparently the leader of her school didn't endorse it. Back in 1998. Shanae Goodwin learned the Amiga Trust from a friend and purchased 2 units. Now, 1 unit is worth $100. I'm going to go through this. I'll explain it all. By November 1999, she was posting what we call the Dove reports, or her reports on the internet, like I just showed you, under the pseudonym of the Dove of Oneness, identifying as an Amiga investor, right? One of the prosperity programs, which you're going to see today. And basically, there are people that have been taken in by this con. Now, she invested it. Now, what she did was absolutely, as I said, con artists, they know how to do things. Let's go to the Amiga Trust. Let me show you what the Amiga Trust is all about. Amiga Trust, ladies and gentlemen, was an American company that was engaged in prime bank fraud from 1994 right through to 2000. The organization was created by a retired electrician known as Clyde Hood, who presented it as an offshore investment program. She calls it a prosperity program, just like NESARA. Now, this came from his little brain, okay? And basically, you will find what they do is they incorporate God. So they use biblical terms and things like that in their grift, in their con, and you've seen these with these false prophets. You've seen that Julie Green goes out there and she talks about NESARA GESARA. You've seen it. You've seen these prophets. They use the word of God to profit. That's why Q says, beware of false prophets, because they're making a profit off you. Now, the scam was such. Basically, he presented it as an offshore investment, European, and offering complex financial instrumentation or instruments with a payout, or what they use, a prime note that he calls it, of 50 to 1. So in other words, you buy 1 unit of $100, that will be 50 to 1. You do the maths. It's a lot of money. The more units you buy, the more money you make. Now in 2001, he pleaded guilty. He pleaded guilty to the charges. He defrauded over $50 million from the scam. And he admitted that Amiga investors could never receive the profits that they had been promised. Although there were many prime bank scams in the 1990s, he used basically faith. He used basically God's name. The estimated amount of victims were 10,000 people. Let's go into that a little bit, into the legal documentation. The background. Clyde Hood was the mastermind of the Amiga fraud. We discussed the scheme at length in the United States versus Diamond. So this was a court case. In 1994, Clyde Hood, a man who claimed to be one of the 8 people, experienced enough to trade. So basically he went out there and he said, I'm only the 8th people in the world that could trade international prime bank notes. That's why you're able to get these 50-to-1 ratio. He announced that he had received a message from God who told him to use his expertise in a secretive and lucrative trading of the prime banknotes to help the little people, aka the victims. Accordingly to Hood, he would allow investors to make as many hundreds of dollars loans as they like to a mega trust. The money would be used to facilitate trades in the prime banknotes. Each unit was worth $100. Okay, and was promised 50-to-1 return in less than a year. So you can see where this is going. The investor could roll over their profits by reinvesting. So in other words, what he would do is say, listen, we've got a return, and that return, reinvest it to make more money. So therefore, they wouldn't be pulling out the money that they originally put in there. Does that make sense, everybody in the chats, how it works? So basically, it's 1 unit equals $100. So they're thinking 50-to-1. Great investment, right? Yes, exactly. Selling hope and shanty. Exactly. So what he's saying is, listen, the money, the return that you get, do you see how the con works? Don't pull it out. Like virtual gold, ladies and gentlemen. Don't pull it out so you get a return. That's the grift. Now, basically by leaving that in there, you know, that return, it'll, you know, into the initial investment. So for a small initial investment, you put I don't know, what they consider a small initial investment. It could be $5,000. But $5,000 and multiplied by many victims, it equals millions. That was the pitch. Like most things that sound to be good to be true, we knew it was a scam. Hood was actually a retired electrician who had come up with the idea of a prime banknote scam, and that through his association with other scam artists. Now, do you see how they all work together, how they all network? That's how scam artistry works. That's how these con artists work that you see today, like Charlie Ward, Nick Viniarman, and all the rest of them, that they got their network, all of them. They all network with each other, these scam artists, so they can continue on with the con. It's like as I said, the mainstream media. That's a con as well. I heard it from this, I heard it from that, I heard it from that. It must be true. It's exactly the same con. Now, as you know, he said that God, you know, had spoken to him to help the little people. Well, sadly, that wasn't the case. God had not spoken to Hood. He came out and he brought it out in the court case that the whole thing was completely fabricated. Nevertheless, Hood worked hard in creating the image of legitimacy, just like any other con artist would. For example, he created a database. He worked hard at it. Now, to be a con artist, you got to work hard, just like the rest of them. You know how they work. Now, to facilitate communication between investors. So what they did was they created a database, okay, of the investors to facilitate communication. So they used to communicate with one another. And then what they would do is, like the Dove of Oneness would do her report on a hotline, a recorded hotline, which you would ring in, and it would give you the up-to-date information. Now, the Dove of Oneness also took that with a NESARA scam as well that she created. So basically, it's the same thing. They would record messages, what she would call the Dove reports, on a sometimes daily, but then she said she went to a weekly, and they would record it, and that would give the investor peace of mind. That's part of the con. Now later he set up, this is the same thing, you will see it. Later he set up a recorded message hotline to keep investors up to date with the status of the Amiga. So Amiga, the prime notes, making the money, the investments, you'd ring in, There was no asking questions. That's the thing. You weren't able to ask questions. It was a one-way direction only. The only way you were able to ask a question is when you'll see the video that the Dove of Oneness did, that she held a seminar. And there were some questions that were asked, but people, investors and all these people that she manipulated, they want a better life. It's usually the people that are low income earners, the ones that are suffering it, doing it hard, the ones that want to change, they're the ones they target. The emotionally compromised and financially compromised. And I'm going to show you the pyramid scheme that she created. Now, the status of Omega was always the same. Payout was just around the bend. Doesn't that sound familiar? Doesn't that sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat? That payout was just around the bend. What can we relate this to? What con is currently out there that I just spoke about recently that we can relate this to? How many times have you heard this? That the RV is just around the corner. It didn't happen this week. It'll happen the next week. Then they come up with all this jargon done by design to confuse people. Oh, they must know what they're talking about. All that financial jargon that they use, done by design to confuse you. It's going to happen next week. Just like the date promises promise everything. Doesn't it sound familiar? Oh, yes, it's just around the corner. It's just around the corner. The date promising, exactly the same deal. Other written communications stated the same. Oftentimes included, listen to this, they would use God, religious references, and biblical quotations. These scams, ladies and gentlemen, are continuing on today. It's called NESARA GESARA, the abomination that the Dove of Oneness took from Harvey Bernard and turned it in what you see today, based it on the lies of her. Then it was amplified by James Rink, which I exposed the other day, which I will expose again. And it was further amplified in 2020. The scammetry has to stop at some point. Now let's go back to this. Now do you get the Omega was one of the 50 prosperity programs that Goodwin asserted. So basically, let's go to this. What Goodwin said was that she was an investor in this Omega Trust business. Now, what did she do? She saw it as an opportunity, as any con artist would. Now you got Clive Hood's con, so she decided to take it to the next level. As an Omega lender becomes more conspiratorial, let me see if I can pronounce that right. Conspiratorial and paranoid. So they became paranoid. They thought to themselves, what's going on? Why isn't the payout happening that Clive Hood promised with the Omega Trust? And then what Goodwin decided to do was basically say that the delays had been attributed to the White Knights, that there's a conflict. She created the term White Knight, which is what you hear in that movie, Change on the Horizon by James Rink. Where do you think James Rink got all his information? It was all from her. Everything that you're going to see now, it's all going to make the world of sense. Because all these terms, White Knight, dark agenda, You remember the thing about the FEMA camps? Do you remember the thing about the guillotines? Yeah, I mean, Alex Jones has had his hand in that. We know he's a shill. That's in the Q drops. But it also came from the Dove of Oneness. She was the one to push it out there. Fear. Fear, in other words, we need the money to get a NESARA announced because it's been passed by law, but we need to get it announced publicly. We need the money. Otherwise, you're going to end up in the FEMA camp. You're going to have your head on the chopping block. That all came from her. That all came from the Dove of Oneness again. Now, what she did was she saw this as an opportunity. She created this Dove reports, and then she created the embellishment of this fight, a conflict between the white knights and the dark agenda. After August 2000 indictments, Goodwin, so basically after what happened to Clyde Hood, Goodwin assured her followers that the case would be unable to prevent funding. In other words, there was no way they're going to be able to hold back the pay up just because Clyde Hood had been taken to the cleaners of the court. She warned that the lenders who read about it, that she warned that lenders who read about or cooperated with the investigators. So in other words, she used fear. If you go and cooperate, you go against Clyde Hood, you're going to lose your entire payout. Fear. Fear, ladies and gentlemen. This is the tactic that these con artists use. So basically she's saying, no, this is an ongoing battle between the white knights and the dark agenda. She manifested, she created all this. And then she started with this. She started with her lies, and when Clyde Hood was being taken to court, she was saying to people, you better not go against Clyde, you better not cooperate, you better not say a damn thing to help with the investigation against Clyde, otherwise you will lose your payment. And that's how it works. So then, Goodwin asserted that the Omega, so the Omega Trust, that con, was one of the 50 prosperity programs that would deliver a payout after the conflict had been resolved. So to explain this eventual triumph, she co-opted NESARA. So basically, she threatened people not to go and help the investigators to go against Clyde Hood to do with the Omega Trust. Otherwise, you'll lose your money. Then she used one of the 50 prosperity programs was NESARA that she took from Bernard. She saw it as an opportunity. She put all the embellishments in it, and this is something that Bernard did, published in 1996, although Bernard's bill had never ever been sponsored by Congress. And Goodwin claimed that it was secretly passed, like I just showed you, on March 2000, but a gag order. Let's talk about gag orders. Because apparently everyone seems to be under some sort of NDA, like Charlie Ward and the rest of them. They seem to have some sort of excuse. I can't tell you. I'm in the Insiders Club. No, you've never been in the Insiders Club, Charlie, or Phil Godlowski, or any one of you. As Q has clearly said, those that claim to have insider contacts do not. They do not. And you know what? Shame on those who use the military, like veterans, like Jaco, like Derek Johnson. They use that little card of theirs as a way of basically giving validity to their cons. Because even Jaco has gone out on record and said about NESARA GESARA. Derek Johnson has been going out there and pushing that little NESARA GESARA game. They've all been doing it. They've all been deceiving people. Shame on them all. Because you know what? How can they look at themselves in the mirror and know what they're doing is wrong? They've got no humanity or any respect for anybody but their own pockets. All they care about doing is enriching themselves. It's sickening and it's disgraceful. Q drop. Let's go to Q drop 1339. What they do, ladies and gentlemen, is they bring out free information. That free information is the lure, is the bait. That's how con artists work. What they do is they bring out the free information. They draw people and they push them towards their platform. As Q says, they absorb the confused. They redirect them to their platforms. That's why Q made statements. Q made statements and says, be careful who you follow. Why? Because they all claim to play this game. They all claim to be insiders. They all claim to have insider contacts. They do not. And shame on Derek Johnson and shame on Jaco. Those military people should know this for a fact, that military do not, patriots do not reveal classified information. They do not. They do not work that way. Shame on them all. They're as bad as she is, as far as I'm concerned, or was. Now, Shaney Goodwin used the September 11 attacks. Remember, 2020, Charlie Ward and the gang were ready. They were all there, ready to go. Never let a good crisis go to waste. Well, guess what? This comes from Shanae's book as well. After September 11th attack, Goodwin claimed that the World Trade Center, this all comes from her, you know, about all this business of being on the towers, that, the Bill Clinton, the gun to the head, all that, it all comes from her bloody bullshit. That's the reality. And it says there that Goodwin claimed that the World Trade Centers had been targeted by US citizens who basically what they were trying to do, what she's saying is that they tried to stop the delivery and the funding of NESARA. That's the reality. Now, this is the thing. There are people that are getting, shall we say, upset. Because you know what? You don't want to know the truth. You don't want to know the truth. That's fine. Get out. You don't have to stick around and find out. Because you know what? These kind of entities, ladies and gentlemen, they don't want to believe the truth. They thought that I was going to come here empty-handed. But obviously they don't know what FCB is all about. I'm just getting warmed up. I'm showing you the real truth and the con artists that are doing this. And these idiots can't handle it. Well, that's okay. Get out of the kitchen because you can't handle the heat. Now, Goodwin claimed that the World Trade Center, she made that claim, to stop the delivery and the funding of NESARA. Goodwin's version of NESARA has sustained Clyde Hood's original claims about Omega. That's the reality, ladies and gentlemen. That's the harsh reality. But as I said, stick around and you're going to see the good side. It's not all doom and gloom, but we all need to know the truth, don't we? Or do we want to continue believing the con artistry of all these others, like the other character that just made that statement in the chat? Oh, well, you don't want to find out. Get out. You know what I mean? Now, as I said, this con has been going on for a very long time with the Dove of Oneness. She's the one that produced this. You can see she's the one that's done it all. She's the one that took it and taken it to the next level of bullshit. I'm going to tell you what other bullshit she said. Okay? Now, basically, what happened? they called Harvey Bernard a CIA asset. They had the audacity to call him a CIA asset, ladies and gentlemen. Like you heard James Rink say that very clearly in that movie, Change on the Horizon. She also said the same thing. Now, these con artists, they use the NDA and gag order as a way of not being able to deliver the goods, as a way of keeping their grift going, as a way of keeping, as I said, keeping their victims. Now, Bernard's NESARA has been discredited by a series of con artists, and you know who they are, and they exist today. And there's a whole network of them. In fact, they've gone out there and created groups on NESARA GESARA, the deception and the lies. Now, the fact is, Bernard had nothing to do with the CIA. Fact. They turned into an abomination. They made him out to be the devil. They gave credibility to Shanae Goodwin, the one that created the fictitious, NESARA, that eventually became GESARA as well. As I said, why not, go global and make more money? They changed the acronym from the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act that was done. It was done by Harvey. And she changed it to the National Economic Security and Reformation Act. Harvey wanted to put in a flat rate, 14% national sales tax. Go back to the biometallic precious metals. But then in comes Goodwin with her fictitious add-ons. She even claimed to be the executive director of NESARA, ladies and gentlemen. She spearheaded this whole cosmic, mystic, psychic, extraterrestrial, interdimensional, divine entities, economic concoction of garbage that you see today. I've explained to you, and you now know what the Omega Con is all about. Now, this is the thing. The supporters of NESARA, they've basically taken it to a next level. After Goodwin started discussing NESARA, one of her other supporters that were connecting the up-and-coming NESARA announcement that she was putting out there also started putting the embellishment of imminent large-scale visits from friendly aliens, extraterrestrials. That was put up on the website, spoken at its seminars, you'll see that, on public talks, like you see today. It continues on. Of otherworldly, interdimensional beings, adding in their, they channeled entities. Yes, you're going to hear these entities, as in these people playing the entities known as Haton, the Palladian android, and another one called Sananda. And you're also going to hear about the Ascended Master teachings of Saint Germain, Jesus. Okay, they're giving Sananda the galactic name for the Ascended Master Jesus, who serves as the commander-in-chief. This all comes from her and her friends. Commander-in-chief of the Ashtar Command Fleet of flying saucers. Then they added Pallas Athena as seen as the vice commander of this fleet, while Ashtar is considered to be the third in command. Goodwin had claimed that the Ascended Master Saint Germain descended from the etheric realm to meet with the bank leaders. You're going to hear all this. And the world officials, and basically they've been brought from the etherical realm. They have been channeled with supposed channelers to bring in the announcement of NESARA. In the mid-2010s, ladies and gentlemen, the followers of NESARA began using the name GESARA. It became the Global Economic Security and Reformation Act. They specifically stated various Eastern Asian groups as well were playing a role in promoting the reforms and globally that they were called the White Dragon Society. They added more embellishments. And then they said that, NESARA global prosperity programs were on the verge of being revealed. We've heard this over and over and over and over again through an organization known as the Saint Germain World Trust that has an insane amount of US dollars. I'm going to try and pronounce it. $1/4 decillion US dollars. And that is going to be used to eliminate all personal, corporate, and national debt worldwide, with the additional funds expected to flow from the White Dragon Society from the Manchu family in syndicate. Then came in the embellishment of the rainbow currency that was simply, as I've shown you, American money reimagined by Troy Turner. And I showed you the artist that created the rainbow currency. Now, what did they do? They enriched themselves. Goodwin and others enriched themselves. A consistent income. It's about creating a consistent income. Now, Goodwin would also request from her readers and her followers to contribute their frequent flyer miles points that they accumulate, to give it to her, as she says that she needs to attend globally discreet meetings with top government officials regarding the announcement of NESARA. So in other words, she's going around there and making out that you need to contribute your freaking flyer points. You need to contribute to me. Well, to go and speak to top government officials. Number one, that's a red flag. It's ridiculous. Yes, Carol, it's laughable. It literally is. And let me tell you why it's laughable. Because if they're top government secret, people, they've got access to resources. And they've got access to resources, they've got access to jets. So why does she need to go around and leech off people their frequent flyer points? Now, the con artists basically, ladies and gentlemen, you can see they're everywhere. And in comes COVID. Already people are emotionally compromised, creating hopium-based, deception and lies, rather than being empowered with the truth here on the Freedom Channel broadcast. They would rather listen to the garbage that is being put out there. And remember, a con artist, a good con artist, is basically, they mix facts with fiction. Oh, that's why I explained to you at the very beginning the psychology. Now, they took something with pure intentions. They made Harvey to be a CIA operative, lie after lie. They created the abomination, the echo chamber effect, as you see it today. The many cons that are going around, the reevaluation, the medbed technology, the newfound royalty that has unclaimed titles, such as King John III, as Charlie Ward had gone out there on public record and claimed, and he said it, God save King John III. And we know that what happened, he distanced himself when he was shown that it was a con. Then the Queen of Canada came into the equation, another con. This also attracted the tarot readers, the channelers, and then they added in the Galactic Federation, which also is another embellishment, care of the Dove of Oneness, extraterrestrial beings, and the list goes on and on and on. These con artists have been grifting and selling their wares, enriching themselves with their scammetry, have been sucking the lifeblood of the, shall we say, the confused, the ignorant, the ones that don't bother to have any discernment and trust them blindly. Then the false prophets come in. You've seen Julie Green and all these others. It attracts, it's all been one big fat blur. The clickbaiters are also taking advantage of people's fear and people's goodness. They use sensationalism, hearsay. It's disgusting. They basically call themselves influencers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not an influencer. I'm someone that wants to empower people with the truth. An influencer, that is somebody that influences you with a narrative. I let you look at the facts, evidence, and receipts. Then, in this whole deception, they tarnish Q, military intelligence, the Q drops. That's why you get a lot of people that leave Q, because they blur the lines between everything. People think that NESARA GESARA, the RV, and all these other things, there's crypto and everything else, that they use the Q drops and the Bible and everything else they can to form their narratives. And it's got nothing to do with Q. That I've been decoding for many years now, ladies and gentlemen. I read these drops back to front. And I know for a fact that there's nothing in there, and we should all know, that mentions anything to do with NESARA GESARA. If you want to call it this, the gold shall destroy the Fed. Well, Harvey F. Bernard was the one says about going back to bimetallic currency, gold. Yes, that makes sense. But not all the other embellishments that have been put in there by the Dove of Oneness and many others, as you see today. Then they use all the scammetry to do with the Iraqi dinar. That is basically something that has been going on for a very long time. It has to stop. Enough is enough. Enough of the lies. Enough of the deception. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to open your eyes to the Dove of Oneness. Now, the Dove of Oneness, as I said, is somebody that used the humanity, the goodness of humanity. People, she saw what victims, how desperate they wanted something. People don't want to be bound to the Fed. People don't want to have debt. People don't want to be debt slaves. People don't want to be bound to the IRS. That's all natural. People want a better life. And guess what? She took advantage of them all, just like the ones that you see today. And Kim Clement is another scam artist. Yes. How about I show you that one? Or go and look. Actually, better still, go on my Truth Bomb section. It's right there. Carol, would you like to put that in the chat, please? Show that the person in there that is sitting there making out that prophecies of Kim Clement has come to pass. No. Kim Clement is a con artist as well, and was a con artist. I suggest Karen, or whoever you are in the chat, to go and watch the Truth Bomb that I've got out there on Mr. Clement. Go and watch it. If you want, have an open mind. If you want to make those kind of bold statements here. No. We're not censoring you. I would implore you to go and look at the video. And Carol, if you're in the chat, if we can just pop that video up. In fact, you know what? Let me show you. Okay. You're probably somebody that's new. And I respect people, as far as, they're new and all that sort of stuff. I get it. You know what I mean? Oops. I get it. Now, at the end of the day, we all got to, obviously see the truth. So, As I said, I'm not asking you to leave, Karen. I'm asking you to have an open mind. Open mind is very important. And if you don't have an open mind, forget about it. There's no helping you. So, as I said, thanks, Carol. If you could just pop it in the chat, that'll be great. We could put it out there for people like Karen to see. I'm not here to basically, shall we say, destroy anybody. I'm here to empower people. But you know what? In one way, I'm here to destroy those grifters, those ones that have taken advantage of you and many others out there. That's why I do these Krakens. Anyway, let's get back on track. Let's continue on. Now, let me introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to the Dove of Oneness. The Dove of Oneness, aka Shanae Goodwin, was the one that created all these embellishments to do with NESARA GESARA. Here we go. So I'm just going to stop it there. Have a look at this. Do you see already where this comes from her video, the cover right there? Look at this. Right? It comes from her cover. It comes from this. Right there. You see it?
Hi, my name is Shani Goodwin. That's my personal name. Most of you know me as Dove of Oneness on the internet. I do the NESARA reports on the internet at www.nesara.us.
Right.
So
that website doesn't exist. That's why I put it up there.
Hi, my name is Shani Goodwin. That's my personal name. Most of you know me as Dove of Oneness on the internet. I do the NESARA reports on the internet at www.nesara.us.
Right, so it doesn't exist. It's finished.
So I have been looking into NESARA for almost 6 years. I've been on the internet doing the Dove reports for 6 years next month. My reason for doing this is because something has to be done to help the world and to help America. I began to feel personally like I wasn't doing enough for the world. The world was getting into more and...
Okay, let's break it down. Number one, can you see the con? And that's exactly how, the ZIMs. We go to the Zimbabwe dollars. It's basically humanitarian projects. Can you see? I want to do something for the world. I want to do something for humanity. It's exactly what the Charlie Ward ZIM RV crap is all about, built on. It's the con. So basically what she's doing is getting the people there and the viewers that are watching this to drop down their guard. It's going to be like this. It's going to be like, if you see a graph, it's going to start like this. Then it's going to go like that, up. She's going to do the con at the very end. You will notice the lies and the deception. She will use gag orders. When she's challenged by people from the audience, you'll see what she says.
More difficulties, more and more problems. People's lives weren't improving. They were disintegrating in various ways. And so I kept having this yearning to do something beneficial for the planet, for the people. There is a real urgency here. And that's why I pulled together this meeting so quickly. Monday, I knew I wasn't going to be going across the water, so I put out the invitation, and here you are. And thank you so much. I really appreciate your being here. This is probably one of the most important meetings we're ever going to do, and probably one of the most important ways for you to help is what we'll talk about later. To get this NESARA law announced, and it has to be a little fixed first. There's some problems that were purposely put in by the people controlling it. But at 4 years, when I learned about
You know, there's always problems. Have you noticed that this is where I'm saying she's building it up. She's building it up.
In June 2000, I was like, wow, here it is. Here is what I've been looking for to help the world, because I know I am here to do something to help the world, something of substance. So I said, wow, we've got to do this. We've got to support this. There were other things that I wrote about, and including the prosperity programs. For a long time, we were told they were linked. And my information came from a Secret Service agent on the president's detail.
Oh, okay. She's going out there and saying that her information came out from a secret agent on the president's detail. She's going around blabbering her mouth, and everybody else apparently has signed a gag order, has agreed to a gag order.
Who I call a white knight.
There we go. She calls them white knights. You know, we go white hats. She calls them white knights.
Call him the King of Swords. I call him KOS.
King of Swords. So she's got words for him as well. King of Swords. Are you serious? Oh, what are you dealing with? A packet of tarot cards here?
Just use the initials. He was the first person to leak it into my network, and he received his information from naval intelligence. And I checked with another white knight source through an intermediary who is a well-known business person in London, who also had connections with intelligence people and military people in the US, and he as well knew about NESARA. We do have a copy you can look at today during the breaks of these confirmations, so you can see they're real. Play the confirmations.
Okay.
Hi, Ethel, this is Dove.
So these are all pre-recorded. So you got these people here, and she's using the Clyde Hood scam. Remember when I said about the pre-recording, how they would dial in and they would get a report, or these are confirmations. So basically, she would create these things just like Clyde Hood would with other scammers to give validity to the scam. Do you get what I mean? So she's using others to make this, shall we say, oh, this is a confirmation from somebody, but they work with other scammers.
How are you?
I'm fine, darling. How are you?
Good, good. You know, I wanted to ask you about that confirmation you had from someone who has, her husband works for the UN, I believe, or works with the UN?
That's correct.
Yeah. When did you actually talk with that lady?
I believe it was April of 2004.
Okay. And where were you when you met with her?
This was in Virginia. I went back to my boarding school's reunion, and she was not in my class. She was a good bit younger, a good 10, maybe even 15 years younger. But we spoke. Everyone there was very friendly because everyone had breakfast together on Sunday. I don't know how it came up. We were asking what people's husbands did or something along that line, and she said that her husband was with the UN. So of course, I, trying to seem a little bit intelligent, I said, well, do you know Harvey or not? She said, oh, very well. He's a very close friend. Well, I was very impressed, and I took it one step further, and I said, well, won't it be wonderful when the SAR is announced? She said, oh, absolutely. It'll be just wonderful. She didn't bat an eye. She didn't hesitate. She just came right out with it.
Great. That is really super. Well, I appreciate you telling me about that. So you think, oh, they're going to think I'm crazy. You know, what kind of a nut are you or something, because it's not out in the papers, the newspapers, the television stations, radio, but it really is happening. And there's been a lot going on the last 20 years especially that's been very secret. You may or may not know, depending on how hooked in you are to alternative news, that Reagan, during his time, was printing the rainbow treasury currency. I see someone nodding her head.
There we go. Oh no, Reagan was printing the rainbow treasury currency. Do you see how it all came to be? Do you see how it all comes to be? No, don't you worry, it's going to get even worse.
They were successful to the point that some of that rainbow currency was shipped out to the banks.
Since President Clinton he's the last president to really sign this into law, am I correct?
Yes.
Well, my question is what kind of a gag order overrides a presidential order?
The U.S. Supreme Court. We have 3.
Okay, did you hear what she just said? What gag order? So apparently that President Clinton had a gag order, and he said what would override. Well, here's the executive order. I mean, obviously he's the executive. How's that possible? And she's saying, yeah, there's 3 branches. Yeah, no shit. We know there's 3 branches. The executive branch, which is the president. legislative branch, which is Congress, and then we got the judicial branch, which is the, Department of Justice.
Different pieces of government. We have legislative, executive, and judicial. And we're going to see here that the U.S. Supreme Court has been in, let's leave it there, has been in control of this for over 20 years.
Why did General Dick Myers resign from the Joint Chief, and is the current chairman, General Peter Pace, pro-NESARA?
No, none of the Joint Chiefs are pro-NESARA.
So she said none of the Joint Chiefs are pro-NESARA. And the reason why I'm going to stop it there is to tell you something. When you watch the other movie, the Change on the Horizon with James Rink, everything that she says is mirrored exactly in that movie as well. You're going to see what these people say, what she says. They've got three main components to this. You're going to see that all that is reflected in James Rink in his movie Change on the Horizon.
That, unfortunately, never made it out, and it's all because of these gag orders and sealed court records. And now, I myself...
Do you see how they use gag order, sealed court records, all this? Well, think about it. Oh, no. We know that, do you see how they're able to continue on with the grift?
Have been incredibly smeared and slandered and libeled because of my support of NESARA and because of leading an international group in support of NESARA. Things have happened in the past. They agreed to the gag orders. They agreed to do things quietly. Well, that's not going to work.
Everything's got a gag order. Have you noticed? Everything has got a gag order, NDA. And you see, have a look at those entities out there today. Oh, no. Charlie Ward says when you get the RV or the Zimbabwe, you're going to be brought in and you're going to be signing an NDA. Haven't you heard him say that? Haven't you heard him use the gag or the NDA frequently? Pretty much.
What we need is to get the NESARA law announced. And what happened was, all through the 90s, the Supreme Court was telling the military generals, oh yes, we're doing special arrangements with the Clinton administration, and we're going to get this done, and we're going to get that done. But finally the generals came back in 99 and they said, you haven't gotten it done. So we want all these reforms put in a law, we want the law put in Congress, and we want Congress passing this law. And so they purposely put problems in there. They had the final version of the law. They didn't show the generals what it looked like. It went into Congress and it sat there under gag order. And it sat there. It did get some sponsors from the Senate and the House and sat there for a year. It couldn't get voted on. So finally, what the military officers did is they arranged with the heads of the House, and not the head people, but the head sponsors for NESARA of the House and the Senate to do a written quorum call. And then Delta Force and Navy SEALs hand-delivered this written quorum call one evening in March 2000, late, after most people would be out of the Capitol building. And they were immediately brought, the sponsors and co-sponsors of NESARA, into the voting chambers.
Yeah, okay. Let me stop it there. Does everybody, don't worry, I'm going to show you the James Rink Change on the Horizon, because James identifies the only two that were not corrupt when they did this passing of the bill. It was apparently one of them, and I showed you yesterday, one of them happened to be honest Joe Biden. One of the senators apparently was two of them. And yeah, James Rink went out on record on the movie Change on the Horizon, and he claimed that one of them, what the Dove of Oneness is saying right there, how they did this quorum and they went in there and they did it under strict, no. And they said that there was, like James Rink said, two of them. One was another senator, and one happened to be honest Joe Biden. So you can already see the amount of garbage that's been spread.
And they passed it that night, and that's how they got it done. Quorum call's legal. Doing it this way is legal. Gag orders on all the judges. They did it really well to keep it from coming out. They said it was because of the economic worries people would have. That's not the truth.
Is it true that Paul Wellstone was killed because he was going to let the gag order?
No, he was killed because the Republicans wanted the balance of power in the Senate, and he was fighting Bush a lot on
Oh, no. All that is all the embellishments and lies of good old Sinead Goodwin.
going to war. And so they said, well, we'll take him out because then we can put a Republican in place. That's why he was killed.
Thank you.
Paul Wellstone, the senator from Minnesota, was killed. His plane was shot down with his family just prior to the last elections. Now, someone said, well, if there's a gag order, what are you doing? I'm not under the gag order. Only officials are under the gag.
Hold on a minute. Okay, let's stop it there. Okay, I want to implore everyone's logic right now. So, in other words, all the higher up officials, politicians, president, military, Navy, everything you can possibly imagine is under a strict gag order, but she's claiming and going out on public record that she's not, that she can go out there freely and put out all this secret, top secret information for everyone to listen to, and everyone else that is on top levels are under a strict gag order. Do you guys in the chat believe it? Seriously, I mean, what do they think we are, a bunch of fools? Well, apparently the Dove of Oneness thought that we are, and she thought that those people listening to her, obviously that they thought that what she was saying is all legit. And remember, everything that you know, everything that you saw on that list comes from her. So these entities, like all those ones that you're going out there, these ones that created all these groups, NESARA GESARA, and you know there's a whole lot of them. A whole lot of these podcasters out there pushing this narrative today. They're continuing on with her lies and her deception to this very, very day. Using gag orders, using NDAs, using everything like she did. Can you see the patterns? That's what I'm saying. You can't dispute the facts, evidence, and receipts.
Order. People who have a position where they have been officially briefed. I was lucky enough to be in the network to receive this information from people who are under the gag orders but are very concerned and started to leak information out. And then because of my Dove reports, I have a worldwide network. So I have been able to get bits and pieces from all over the world and from people all over the U.S. as to what has been going on. And that's why we can do this. We are not under the gag order. And there will be maybe some people who are under gag order who will have to be involved at the very last minute, because when the NESARA announcement comes out, it will be coming out from the White House, and it will be announcing that Bush and Cheney are no longer in power.
That didn't happen. No, that didn't happen. Do you see already every idiot in there? I hope you're watching right now, those people right there in the crowd, that they're all there. I'm hoping they're watching this show and they can see how they've all been rolled and lied to, and especially those idiots that continue to push the NESARA GESARA thing out there. That's where it all came from. So you're sitting out there, you know what? They should know better. And you know, people should know better right now. They should end up, you know, leaving all of these podcasters, leaving them all and taking them all down. Today, ladies and gentlemen, everyone should be purging from anyone pushing out the NESARA GESARA falsehood. Anyone should be doing it now. Everyone and anyone should be doing it right now. Get rid of them all. They've been lying to you.
And there will be debt relief, your bank loans and your credit cards. There's going to be forgiveness of those things, and the bank loans will be turned into self-liquidating loans, and the banks will be given processes whereby they can raise revenue to pay off the principal on your loans. And that's they're not going to get their huge inflated interest. Compound interest is not according to what the founding fathers wanted for this country. So
who was the one to say that, Dove of Oneness? It wasn't you. Who was the one that brought that business out? It was Harvey Bernard. Remember, I showed you that Harvey Bernard spoke about that. Harvey Bernard, whatever she's saying, so she's mixing. Think about this. You're seeing how she's mixing fact from Harvey Bernard stuff. from the real NESARA, from Harvey Bernard. And then she's adding her embellishments, her lies, and her deception. Can you see? You're seeing this in real time now, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing what Harvey Bernard spoke about. She's putting his stuff in there, his creation, and she's turning it into an abomination in front of your very eyes. That's okay. People need to see it.
We have the right to get this law announced. And what I've done, now the first 4 years I wrote the Dove reports, I took other people's word for what was going on. Our white knights, as I call them, taking that from the Wall Street Journal idea of a white knight that rushes in and rescues a company that's vulnerable to hostile takeover. That is a term, because my background is in business, that I felt comfortable with using to, I couldn't say this person, this person, this.
Yeah, what kind of business are you doing, lady? We know what kind of business. It's called grifting and con artistry. And what she's saying there is also mentioned in James Rink's little movie that he created. Everything that she's saying is in good old James Rink. In fact, in his movie, he's credited her at the very end as well.
Because it would put them in danger. So I had to invent a phrase. So I've invented this phrase. They did and are some.
She invented the phrase white knight.
Of them still working to rescue our country from this hostile takeover that's been in place for a long time, been processed and going down its own agenda for a long time. But they can't do what I can do. I can go out and travel and talk to people openly. These people can't. And so after 4 years of accepting their word from people who were under gag order and had told us NESARA is going to be announced and here's what's going on, and then it would come and there would be nothing, and then I would get on the phone and say, what is going on? You know, this is terrible. What is happening? Of course. Finally, I said, I'm not listening to anybody anymore. I'm going to travel. I'm going to go meet with people face to face who know about NESARA for some reason and find out what is going on and what has to be done to fix it. Because I knew there had to be some problems or we would have it done, right? There had to be problems. So that's what I've been doing since July 2004 is I have been traveling. I went to one Dove report a week instead of daily reports. So I'd have the time.
You know, you had the time to travel to some luxurious island, lady. You went from one a day to one a week so you can go and travel over in some bloody Caribbean, some island over there where you can sip your pina coladas and laugh it up. That's what you were doing. Do you see the scammetry? It's disgusting.
Travel. And I found out about what the judges did to NESARA that has caused a problem. So what you have in your handout is what I discovered was that the judges had put into NESARA a 10% exchange rate. That would mean that if NESARA, as today, what the judges did is they put in this provision, which the generals and other people in Congress wanted changed, but
the judges apparently put a 10% exchange rate on NESARA. This is the excuse. That's why. Just have a listen. I just can't do anything but laugh at this ridiculousness.
the judges said, NESARA, as we're submitting it, is a take it or leave it proposition. You don't get to change it. They did that on purpose, a 10% exchange rate, which is something that we were lied to about by the White Knights. The White.
Oh, hold on a minute, Dove of Dumbness. I thought the White Knights are supposed to be good. No, we were lied to by the White Knights. No, but I thought they were supposed to be good. No, take it or leave it, really now. Do you see? Now, this is the this backstory. Remember what I said about the con artist? Okay, remember what con artists do? Fabricating personal history, exploiting the emotions. She's doing all of this and then some, creating elaborate backstories that include elements of success and wealth to gain sympathy or admiration. Now she's going to create a false sensehood of urgency, fear of missing out, and fear as well. Oh, don't you worry, she's lying through her teeth.
Knights told us fiction stories, what they believed was true, but it wasn't true. When I actually went out and did my investigations, I found out that they didn't always tell us the truth, and sometimes they didn't know it because they were not given a copy of the law. They were given some briefings by their supervisors or their managers or their commanding officers. So what I found out was that there's a 10% exchange rate in NESARA as it currently exists because there isn't enough gold to back the new U.S. Treasury currency enough.
Okay, so apparently they put a 10% exchange rate on NESARA. Let me tell you, this is where the grift is going to come. Don't you worry. So basically, there's not enough gold to be able to bring in the gold-backed currency. That's what it's all about, to bring in NESARA, you know, that whole thing. So she's explaining, using a backstory, using this whole fabrication. Because guess where it's going to end up? It's going to end up on people paying money. Don't you worry. So she's coming up, she's building up the backstory, you could see.
To give 100% exchange rate. Now, we have to get the gold, and I want to show you, and by the way, if NESARA was announced with a 10% exchange rate, and you had $1,000 in your bank account the next morning after NESARA's announcement, you'd have $100, but you would still be paying today's prices until the price change can kick in, and it's going to take industry and companies some time to fix their records and be able to do that price change, probably 60 days. So there'll have to be some help there with people, because this is something that has to happen. We have inflated prices because of the Federal Reserve currency and not being backed by gold. Our prices are all inflated. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the gold for NESARA so that you don't...
So basically, she's mixing fact and fiction, fact and fiction, fact and fiction. Because, you know, the gold provides stability to the currency. So she's mixing it in.
Don't lose a penny of your money. So if we went with NESARA as it is today, 90% of your wealth and the wealth as expressed in these numbers around the world would disappear.
So in other words, if this is the grift, okay, don't you worry, it's coming. But the backstory is this. Because of the 10% exchange rate, you'd lose 90% of your wealth had they brought in NESARA. That's why they got to hold it off. And why they got, and then she says, we need the gold. Well, they got to find the gold somewhere, don't they? Oh, don't you worry. You'll soon see where she plucks it straight out of her bum where the gold comes out. Don't you worry about that one.
We would have a financial crash of tremendous proportions, far bigger than 1929. Do you understand? We need to get the gold. I learned about this a year ago. And I didn't tell you, and I haven't put these things in the Dove report. The reason I haven't put them in the Dove report is because in the old days when I would put in things that would upset people tremendously, I would get phone calls. So-and-so is going to commit suicide because of what you wrote in the Dove report. So-and-so is on such a thin line. So-and-so is so depressed. So-and-so is this. So-and-so is that.
No, so-and-so is basically on a thin line. Sorry, guys. This is so ridiculous. It's not, you know, it is funny. It's so ridiculous that people actually bought this garbage. You know what I mean? And they continue to buy this garbage to this very day. Are you kidding me right now? You know what I mean? You know, they wanted to commit suicide because they found out that you were grifting and lying.
Decided I would keep bad news to a minimum because we need our people to live through this. And we do have the answer. They hate the CIA, and the more I learn about it, the more I know that it has to be dismantled.
Yeah, okay, we know that.
Something new because it's too dirty, too much corruption. It's like decay at all levels.
Yeah, we know that.
You know, root it out and start over. That's one thing NESARA will do.
So basically, she's saying about NESARA, if NESARA doesn't come in, the CIA stays. Right? No, it's just ridiculous.
And so, interestingly, people in the Philippines were starting to read the Dove reports, and this MI6 agent got in touch with me.
Here we go. Right. The Philippines. MI6. Here we go. So she's saying about MI6, Philippines. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Here it comes. Are you ready? Because that's where they're going to find the gold. In some forsaken hole in the Philippines that they got to... Okay, so this is it. They got to go to the Philippines. She needs money. She needs money. She needs she needs to help the elders out there, you know, all that kind of crap in the Philippines. She needs their permission. And then she also needs the money to be able to excavate the gold and then some. Let's just continue on.
He said, you know, I'm joining the NESARA Take Action teams, and there's a whole lot of gold and other things here in the Philippines you should know about. Well, when I realized suddenly last year that the White Knights had told us the wrong thing, there wasn't the gold that we needed to back the currency, then I had to find it. I had to find the gold. We're going to solve these problems and get this thing done. There's no other way to do it. So, exactly. So I did talk to him about this, and he put me in touch with some people who've been living in the Philippines for a long time, and I have a network there now, and I have been thoroughly updated on what's going on there. And as of January 1, 2005, the Bretton Woods Treaty has finally expired.
Okay.
What that means is that now we can buy that gold.
Oh,
Now,
congratulations.
Bush Jr., the one that we have in the Oval Office now, well, not to be outdone by anyone else, he decided he would get his hands into it. So he has made a secret contract with, and you have a copy of the report on your
No.
from my MI6 person.
No. Anything that you put in that booklet, lady, has been manufactured by you, just like everything else has. She's put this booklet out there. You're going to laugh, right? She's put this booklet out, and think about this. She goes, I've only got a certain amount and I can't give them out to you. So in other words, she's going to try and grift money off you, yet she won't give you the booklet that contains all the information. No, you can pass it around, you can look at it, but you can't take it home. But we need your money. I mean, how does that one work? But I'm going to invest all this money. No, you can't have a booklet. Yeah, because that booklet's full of crap. She says that her MI6 wrote her a letter. MI6, yeah. And anyone can manufacture documents. We've seen good old Mike Gill do that with the Pandora's box, haven't we? I've blown that one sky high. Remember, that was all factual, just like her.
It is the second page. It's called the General Preface to Enclosed Documents, attachment B1. This is from my MI6 man, and this is so sensitive, he would not send it over the internet. He sent it postal mail to me. On the last page of your handout, here are some pictures that my MI6 gentleman sent me, and he was actually physically taken to this gold site, this gold depository site underground.
Do you trust this lady? Seriously? I mean, she sits there, photocopies. Although these are pictures of, we took it from God knows where and we shoved it all together to give you this shit sandwich for you all to believe in. You know what I mean? Seriously.
The Philippines, and he saw this bar. So he was saying in 2003, he was physically there. He has gained the trust of these people. He's a remarkable man. He does projects to help employ people as much as he can. He goes and makes money other places and then comes back and funds a project for employing people. So their elders are the people who actually make the decisions about this wealth.
Now, does everyone know where the elders come into now? The elders are the one that's got access to the gold. Oh, no, the elders are the ones you need to pay them off. But are they elders? No, they need money.
And in November of 2004, when the dollar was going down, there was a meeting in Chile of the Asian Pacific Economic Cooperation Group, and there were people there from different countries, and including some in Europe, I understand. And some of those representatives were so worried about the dollar going down that they flew to the Philippines immediately after that Chile meeting, secretly, met with the elders, and proposed purchasing some of that gold, opening up 4 of the major gold sites. So what we have is a situation where the gold is available for the first time to purchase. That we are buying this gold for NESARA, and as of NESARA's announcement, this goes into effect.
Okay, do you see what's going on? We need the elders' permission. However, we need to buy the gold for NESARA. No, she's going to do the whole world some good, ladies and gentlemen. She's the one that's going to save the day. No. She's the one with a hole in Philippines to go and get the gold. She's going to be the one to save the day. And people actually bought it. Are you kidding me right now? And they actually did. And think about this. Well, if they bought it back then, they're buying it right now. Okay, because you're seeing all the NESARA GESARA business that's going on out there. You're seeing all these, it's all happening. No, the white you know, all these business about the Chinese elders and all that kind of crap. Look, you're going to see it. Don't you worry. It's all their embellishments. They just add an extra alien this time in there. No, why don't we just add an extra elder in there as well? And it becomes the shit sandwich known as NESARA GESARA from poor old Harvey F. Bernard's creation. You're seeing this abomination, and the abomination continues today. I mean, how does it make you feel? How does it make you feel that man was demonized by James Rink, and James Rink's film is the very one that they go out there and they play all over the place? In fact, I showed you, James Rink in October in Florida is having a convention, and Kerry Cassidy, Camelot is going to be there and all the gang, and they're going to just basically continue on with the grift. You know what I mean? No. You should be watching this show and not go to these stupid conventions anymore. You should be all leaving them all dry. See you later. Otherwise, you know what? Go and do what you want. I'm showing you the facts and some receipts. At the end of the day, you want to continue believing their fairy tales and the fairy tales of Dove of Dumbness and the gang, Charlie Ward and Nick Viniarman and all of those clowns out there? Go right ahead.
Fact, and we will bring our Navy ships and our other military and
Here we go.
the Philippines because we have an investment. So we have.
Hold on a minute. So she has access to the Navy. She's going to call the United States Navy to go and protect the Philippines while they excavate the gold. Excavate gold. And just to think, ladies and gentlemen, that everything that you see today with this NESARA GESARA business, as you see it today, is all based on this lie over here. And I've shown you that list. Are you kidding me? Wake up, everybody. It's time for you to wake up.
A legal and lawful right to put protection around the Philippines until we can excavate the gold that we have contracted to bring. So they will be protected. So a lot of this, you've been reading the Dove reports, and they've all been sounding kind of banal.
Yeah.
Well, that's
boring.
because every person I have talked to and negotiated with wants anonymity, and they want security. So I cannot talk about this in the Dove reports. I cannot give names of people. You have
sure
my MI6 man agreed that I could give his name out because it's a cover name anyway. So we have a law that's been passed that we just need to fix and get announced. So what I did is I put together a great deal of information, and this is one of the NESARA intelligence reports, as I call them, that I sent out.
NESARA intelligence report, shit. So you got access to military intelligence, you got access to the Navy, you got access to the gold in the Philippines. No, this is the stuff that people believe to this very day. Can you believe it?
Out to hundreds of U.S. military officers, to every office head of the FBI in the U.S., and to people in the CIA and the NSA. People, the Speaker of the House and the President pro tempore of the Senate would have the top two jobs, and people from the Congress who are NESARA supporters would fill the cabinet until we have new elections within a few months after NESARA's announcement. Now, the gag order
okay, you just heard it. After NESARA's announcement, let's go back to that list, ladies and gentlemen. You know the list that little Dove of Dumbness did? You know, that everyone believes? Yes, no, that list over there. The one that, who's the one that put it out there as well? The real JFK Jr. Yes, the real JFK Jr. was the one to say, you're a reminder, GESARA NESARA, the act was passed in 2000. So he's going on by the Dove of Dumbness on her reports and shit. Can you believe the garbage that continues on to this very day? And there are people that still follow this fool over here, and many of them. No. It's time for you to wake up. Can you see the connections? No. Look, this is what I'm saying. People need to see the facts, evidence, and receipts. It's all there. Look.
Totally different from what our white knights were telling us. That gag order has been very, very, very good at keeping people from finding out about NESARA. So there's maybe 10 to 11,000 people in our U.S. military who've been briefed on NESARA. And that was because they were going to do guard duty on the currency shipments. But the rest of them really weren't briefed on it, and it's very touchy. And most of their offices and homes are bugged. And their telephone calls are bugged.
Now, do you see what I said about the con artistry? Do you see when I revert back to the backstory, how they all got a backstory, all trying to put mixed fact with fiction and all that? You could see why I did that from the very beginning.
Officers. So they are very careful about what they say. So I did this and sent it out to a couple hundred military officers, and because the intelligence people were also going to these meetings for the military coup, I wanted them to know there's a better alternative than that, a hugely better alternative that does everything we need to have done. So this went out to those people, and I have received word back from some generals and the admiral in charge of the Pacific Command that they do support NESARA and they will do what they need to do.
The Pacific Command? So now we've got the Pacific Command, the generals are involved, high level. No, I've got word from them. I mean, did she sit there and just come up with all this garbage? No, she did. She came up with all this stuff, this whole little backstory of hers. The generals, the protecting the Philippines while they do the excavation. But don't you worry, the grift is coming very soon.
Help us when the time comes. They're very careful because they can't expose themselves right now, which is why I'm going out and doing the coordinating of what needs to be done.
Are copies of that available right now?
No. This costs me a tremendous amount of time and energy to put these together.
No. We want your money. How's this? No. Is there any copies available right now? Think about this. She's asking for money. And I'm not just talking about small bickies. No, big bickies, big money. And she doesn't want to part with these reports, NESARA intelligent reports. No, sorry. A lot of time and energy went into creating this bullshit, and I can't give you a copy. Because if you do, then you realize that I'm grifting. That's the reality of it. Okay, no. You can look at it, but you can't take it, because if you take it, then you could take it to a lawyer and then I'll tear that shit apart. Now, you know, she had the whole thing sorted, planned. Don't you worry. You're seeing it. I mean, can you believe that people still believe this? And James Rink's work on change of horizon that everybody puts out there that is based on her work. Are you kidding me?
And I have to copy everything myself because there's confidential, top secret information in here. And I actually did have to go to Kinko's to get a special photocopy of something that I had to reduce. And it had something like $100 million. It was a certificate. So one of the certificates in the section of this section here, which is P. And it was one of these certificates with a huge amount of money on it, because this is some of what is buried there. And part of it's war plunder and so on.
So apparently she went, Kinko. You know, that place where you copy stuff. And apparently she said, that person there looked at the certificate and it had a big amount of money. And apparently they questioned her and she said, forget about it. Don't look at it. Do you see what I mean?
And I think it was this one. And my God, the man who was watching the Kinko's lady help me saw that figure on there and he said, is that real? My God, what is that?
It's not real.
And I quickly said, it's not in the country. It's not in the country. I was trying to get him not to see it, because if Kinko's or any other service had copied this, they would be calling the...
Now do you see how a con artist works, a sense of how they use theatrics? Have a look at Phil Godlowski, how he uses his little theatrics. It's basically to give validity to his backstory. I mean, he went as far as printing out a fake certificate. Okay, he's done so many stupid things, just like all of them have, just so they can continue on with the grifting and the lying and the deceiving. You know what I mean? That's all they do.
U.S. Treasury Department. What's going on? We think there's somebody doing something wrong here. It's absolutely not wrong for me to have this, but it would cause some unnecessary stir that we don't need. So these are a need to know thing. If someone can help NESARA, I will give them a copy. And I'm down to my last 3. I've got to make some more copies if I have a lot of people to talk to. Yes.
The document that Congress was forced to sign in March of 2000, does anyone have a copy of that?
No, of course not. It's under gag order.
No. No one's got a copy of the. No. No one's got a copy of what was signed in Congress, the bill, because it's under gag order. Do you see how the con artist works? That's how a con artist works, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what? You could see when it's under gag order. Oh yeah, no, you can't. You can't even dispute it. It's like a brick wall. Oh no, it's under gag order. It's under an NDA. It's under this. It's under that. It's the consistency you could see of a con artist, and you could see that they're all like that, like Charlie Ward, the one that pretends to be a doctor. That's not a doctor, right? It's a con, like everything that they bring out there.
The same as the court records. Those are sealed. Everything, and they weren't forced to sign it. These were sponsors and co-sponsors of NESARA who were taken in on a quorum call, and they voted for and passed NESARA. Now, the judges have sat on the announcement, but we don't have to let them sit on it. We can fix NESARA and get it announced without their involvement at all. Some of you were reading the Dove reports before I started writing about NESARA, and I was writing about something called Omega.
There we go.
Program.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Omega program. We just spoke about the Omega Trust, didn't we? I exposed the Clyde Hood, what he did, the scam, the 50-to-1, the prime banknote, the whole box and dice. Get ready for it. She's going to speak about this little prosperity program, how she's pushing it.
And that's another big secret that our bankers and our governments keep from us. There are trading programs in the European banks. They're not allowed to be run in U.S. banks because
Here we
of the
go.
1933 Glass-Steagall Act. But they are run in European banks where if you come in with hundreds of millions of dollars or $1 billion or more, you can make phenomenal returns. Phenomenal. So I have known about this for a long time, and I've had my intelligence people confirm this is real. And what better way to get NESARA funded than to use the European bankers' own trading program to make the money to get the gold for NESARA. So what happens is that...
So in other words, she wants you to believe her garbage, give her cash, and use the Omega Trust business to obviously increase, 50-to-1. Remember, 1 unit, $100, 50-to-1. You do the maths. Look, it just continues on and on.
The trader has people brought to him by invitation. These things are not something you can find in an advertisement. It's illegal to advertise. It's illegal for the trading organizations to solicit. This is all very much an old boys club thing. And the minimum they will accept, our trader will accept, and we talked to him on May 9, 2005.
Oh, here we go.
Is $300 million US. They prefer that the...
So if you want to get in, you got to have 300 million. We're not talking small bickies here. 300 million minimum trade. Oh no, it gets worse. Don't you worry. It gets a lot worse. That's the problem. Get ready.
The minimum investment be $1 billion because the traders and the bankers all
$1
get a bit off of each transaction. Now, what happens is that the investor, we can take an investor into this very exclusive, hard to get into trading transactions world. We can introduce him to the trader. That's our gift from our side. We want to be a joint venture with an investor so that NESARA gets half the proceeds and the investor gets half the proceeds.
So in other words, we get the investor. So basically she's trying to spruik investors. That's what she's trying to do. No, that's where he gets all the information from, Mooka, all of it. And then they add embellishments as they go along. Good old Charlie Ward, don't you worry. He gets it from Dove of Dumbness, James Rink, and then they add more as they go along. Now, think about this. she's saying that it's an old boys club, that it's something that is very secret in the banking world. No, this is the scam. And what she's trying to do is spruik these people. Say, think about it like Amway. You know Amway? How you got these people they're essential. They're not the ones that are going to invest. So these ones in the room are not the investors. Basically, what they're doing is they're going out to be the salespeople for her grift. So she's going around there saying, do you know these? Do you know any celebrities? Do you know any huge, investors, people with a lot of cash, all that sort of stuff? That's exactly who she was going after. Then she was manipulating people with her Dove reports and paying money to, give her a consistent income, like they do. You see it; it happens today. Yeah, the pyramid scheme. That's right. So they go off. She sits back, does these dumb reports. She used to do them once a day. Then she did them once a week because she's too busy, as she says, traveling around the world and gallivanting. And, obviously she probably would have went to Spain with Charlie. If she'd been alive right now, she'd probably be with Charlie Ward, sipping margaritas in Spain. Now, this idiot right here, basically used this scam to sell to others who were stupid and gullible, and they went off trying to find and source. So she didn't have to do a damn thing. She did the sell like the Amway and all the rest of that pyramid scheme shit that's out there, Tupperware and Nutrilife and whatever else. They go out there and they go and do the sale. That's how it is.
Now, we have the connection to the trader, and lots of people with money don't have that.
So she says, we got connection to the traders, which it's a very exclusive club. And where you got to have you are the ones that have connections to the investors. Do you see how it works?
So have NESARA, if they would like to see the world turned around, get the U.S. military out of Afghanistan and Iraq quickly, get our country back on track, get our economy in the world.
Do you see what I mean? If you want, basically to get the troops out of Afghanistan, out of Iraq, we need the money to do it through NESARA. And then obviously they need the gold, and the gold lies in the Philippines, and she has contacts with the Pacific Command, and also Ashta, the command over there, the ones, the Galactic Federation. She's got connections everywhere. And she's got to make this. Now, hold on a minute. They're the ones that created the embellishments with the ETs and Ashta and the gang and Anton and whatever else. All the Palladians, Saint Germain, all of them, the Ascended Master of Jesus, apparently, all of them, they've got all those connections. Then why can't you get them, since they're very highly intellectual beings, to go and find the gold for you, Dove of Dumbness? How about that one? No, we need the money because we've got to, obviously we need the Pacific Command, the Navy, the United States Navy to go there and protect the Philippines and dig for the gold. Are you kidding me? Are you absolutely? And this is what we based everything on. This is what we've been lied to about. NESARA GESARA, lied to through the teeth to this very day. Like I said, hey, this shit's going around the place, all over the place, guys. Look at this. We know what that means. It comes from her.
Better and so on. We have the answer here. So we do have that, but as a strictly business proposition, there are a lot of wealthy people who have never been able to get into these trades because they didn't know the right person.
Right.
And anyone who goes in there has to sign a 5-year non-disclosure that they absolutely will not speak a word about.
5-year non-disclosure. There we go. The NDA comes in. No, we're the ones with the contacts. We're the ones that got the inside traders. We're the ones that got this. We're the ones that got that. That they had to sign an NDA. Yeah, so they don't. No, it's all fake. The whole thing is fake.
So there's a real heavy pressure, and people don't talk about it.
Mm,
But we
yeah.
have this capability to take someone with 300 million, 500 million, a billion, whatever, cash.
Yeah, no.
cash,
We've all
and
got 300, 500, $1 billion lying in the tin at home. You know what I mean? In the biscuit tin. Lady, don't you worry about that one. Yeah, no. Go and pull it out.
Most people don't keep that much cash in an account, but they can liquidate stocks and bonds because the return on this is phenomenal. It's 100% a week. Now, this makes a lot of money very quickly, and we need a lot of money very quickly. What we need is to get a trading program going so that we can go to the Philippines and negotiate this contract and be able to point to some revenues that we can't talk about as coming from the trading program, but we can put some into an account for NESARA, and I have an international business corporation set up for NESARA, and someday I'll tell you the name of it, and you'll love it. But anyway, it's appropriate.
Yeah,
it's
no.
about liberty.
It's called bullshit.
And that will be there, and we will be able to say to the people in the Philippines, we're serious buyers. Here's our banker's number. You can call him and verify we have so much on deposit, and we can tell you that this is continuing to grow. And in the contract, of course, we will make some kind of an agreement with them about payment processes and probably some down payment amount after NESARA is announced. And so it will be upon NESARA's announcement, this contract will go into effect, and we will then have specified deposit.
Also, the contract is what is going to bring you NESARA into effect. What contract? The one that you did with the, the Palladians or Ashta Command, or who is it with? Is it with, honestly, it's all a bunch of garbage. Just keeps rolling out of her mouth.
That we own in the Philippines. So we have total legality here in not having physical control of our gold. This is an accepted procedure in the world among the big banks and central banks. And on top of that, the big banks and central banks recognize that there are these gold deposits. They won't tell you about it. That's part of the big lie.
Yeah.
We need the trading program so we can prove we are serious buyers. And then we have some money in an account, and we can have them verify it all openly, but of course we can't tell them that it's coming from trading because of the non-disclosure.
NDA.
That's the plan, and it can happen very quickly. What I'm looking for is some good people who have funds or people who have contacts to wealthy people who either want to make this as strictly a business thing, and we can talk to them about it as a joint venture, strictly business, not bring up NESARA, but it's a real coup to get into one of these big 8 traders. And they can do up to 4 trading programs. That's the rule, and then they will be put on a list where they can't do anymore. And so the traders are always looking for new investors because they don't allow people to just forever and a day monopolize that.
No, they wanted new investors because obviously the grift is, they have to continue on with the grift. Do you know what I mean? The grift has to keep going, and they need fresh meat for the grinder.
So they need new people coming in. So we have this opportunity, and one of the reasons that we're here is there may be some people in show business or entertainers. Some of you may know somebody who knows somebody, and particularly people who are against the war, who might.
There we go. We need celebrities and entertainers, yes, because they got money. And she speaks about, no, you're going to hear it, Oprah. No, apparently she's good. Apparently she cares about humanity. Oprah, she's going to speak about. Just like, the others that, they always put their foot in their mouth. Always.
Be able to help us reach or put some money together themselves to do a trading program. One of the people I think we would love to talk with would be Oprah, but she's not here. But she lives here part-time.
There you go. You just heard it. One of the people that we should speak to is Oprah Winfrey. I agree, Carol. She's with John of God, doing all that naughty stuff. It's so ridiculous. I know we know Oprah is a scumbucket, but do you see how the whole thing is a joke? And that this is the joke of it all, that everything that's out there about NESARA GESARA comes from her. It doesn't come from Bernard. They turned Bernard's stuff into liquid shit. They absolutely destroyed it. Do you see what I mean? And just to think about this very logically, ladies and gentlemen. You've been shown this list over and over and over and over again. And as I've pointed out, and I've shown you, the real facts, evidence, and receipts, that it all comes from her. So how does that make you feel since 2020, since, when this started coming out as far as being repolished by Charlie Ward and the rest of those people that you see today, and they continue on with that grift? All of them XRP clowns that go out there and they're pushing this. All of them are involved. They're all, treason, news treason. He has Dr. Scott Young or something that apparently knows about NESARA GESARA, and all these others. Derek Johnson, yes, good old Derek is NESARA bound as well. They're all NESARA bound. Why are we still enabling these people? Haven't we learned already? Haven't we learned to piss them all off and get rid of them? Otherwise, you're part of the problem. You're not part of the solution. You're continuing to enable their behavior. That's exactly what you continue to do. So if you're sitting there watching Derek Johnson, you're enabling this behavior because he has been pushing this. He's been seen with Charlie Ward and the gang. He's part of that little circus of clowns that are out there. No. Let's be honest. It's time for some honesty, right? Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, what honesty looks like. Right there. They're all together in this little shit fest. After all, you know what I mean? They did a little seminar, didn't they? 47 speakers, and apparently, music from Derek Johnson. Are you kidding me? I wouldn't want a refund straight away. Refund from, I want a refund. Especially when I seen that the music comes from that clown job. And now, Sasha Stone's a piece of shit. Charlie Ward's a piece of shit. Scott McShane. No, all of them are. They're all been involved in this. This scammetry, these lies. No. Derek is involved with it. Oh, no. Switch to the QFS now. Don't be a victim of global reset, up and coming NESARA GESARA. Oh, no. Derek's in it very thick. Right in the shit. And people need to realize that there are these characters. They're the ones that continue to enable this garbage to this very day. A lot of people have heard of NESARA GESARA and believe that it will be the new system of redistribution, wealth riddling the bad guys, bringing in the time of peace. Keywords you might want to come across: great awakening, spiritual light working. He's all involved in it all. All of them are. Do you get it? They're all involved in it. And it's all... no. Look at this. Look at that right there. They're all involved. So anyone that supports this, I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, the choice is now. We're on the 8th year of this plan. It's time to get rid of the trash. It's time to let them go. Otherwise, you're part of the problem. You are part of the problem because you are enabling everything that this woman did. And it's continuing on to this very day. It's continuing on.
And there are others who definitely would like to see some improvements. Oprah's very low key about what she says, but she's there.
Okay.
So we'll have plenty of money to pay for the gold. They can't get it out of the ground as fast as we would have the money to pay for it. Because it's going, 9 layers of asphalt, bombs, gas, etc. So it'll take a while to...
No. See, do you see how con artist works? They create an elaborate story. Elaborate to that extent. Oh, there's asphalt, there's bombs, there's smoke, there's bullshit. That's what it is. The amount of layers of bullshit that you got to dig through to get to that bullshit gold that exists.
So we have the plan. We know what needs to be done. We have some backing from our really good people around the world.
Yeah.
And
here comes the grift.
We need your help getting to people who have that kind of investment.
There we go.
It's everything is contractual. The investor will know when he signs the contract what he's getting. He'll know he has a 5-year non-disclosure and so This is not happy news, but we need to face reality.
Here we go.
If
Okay.
you don't face reality, you can't fix things.
Okay. We need to all face reality of all the garbage that she's put out there and then some. Okay, that's the reality we need to face. The amount of bullshit, hot air that has gone out there about NESARA GESARA. Look at this. I'm serious. It's so ridiculous. Then she's going to start using fear tactics.
So you have to know what it is we're facing. Now, what I need from you is some
Here we
help
go.
on finding people with funds. And it can be just straight business, a
Here we
huge
go.
return. You know,
Yep.
$2,000 a year when we're doing a joint venture, you can't find that anyplace else.
Yeah.
And then they can still work with our trader on other trades if they want to.
And that's incorporating the Amiga trust fraud, ladies and gentlemen, into this NESARA business. She's saying that she's using the Amiga trust that I spoke about before from Clyde Hood in order to generate the money. So in other words, the investors got to invest money into this scam known as the Amiga Trust. And then to generate the amount of money, the insane amount of money needed to pay off those elders or whatever the gold is buried in, and to, you know, all the logistics involved to dig the thing out. I don't know. Are you going to pay the Pacific Command? Are you going to pay the generals? Are you going to pay Ashta? You know, Ashta, the command over there as well, up there in the ethereal realm. Are you going to pay Saint Germain?
But we need this for NESARA. And so that's an investment opportunity. If they care about the country, then they can also support NESARA this way.
There we go.
And we're going to, as soon as we can get this trade going, we will send letters of invitation to the people in the Philippines that have to come to the meetings for the contract negotiations and to the admiral in charge of Pacific Command, who will send some of his people to the meetings because we have to, as part of the negotiation, our military is going to protect the Philippines for a couple of years, so we have to have a ballpark figure in the contract for compensation because obviously that's expensive. So we're ready to go. We just have to get these going. Now, once an investor
So she's saying that she needs to pay the Pacific Command. No, it's going to be expensive, and we need to pay the Pacific Command, the U.S. military.
agrees to work with us and can liquidate or have 300 or 500 or a billion or whatever in a bank account, then we can give a tear sheet to our leader, to our trader, who is actually the person that then moves the whole process forward. And we can do a joint venture agreement with the investor, and a trade can get going in somewhere around 10 days, business days. We can have a trade going.
Yeah.
And it is possible to get this done, to get NESARA done this year, but it's a push.
It's possible. That's back in 2005, I think. It's possible. Are you kidding me? Oh, no, we're in 2025, lady. Yeah, no, you're gone. Yeah, no, she passed on, ladies and gentlemen. You know, God knows how. But anyway, yeah, no. We all these embellishments, lies, and this is the thing, they still continue on to this very day. You know what I mean? You know, Ashta's an alien, yeah, by the way, you know, the alien.
So we need your help. And think about people you know, and please don't let the thought, oh, if I ask someone, they're going to get mad at me and never talk to me again.
Yeah, probably.
You know what? We don't have time for that right now.
Here we go.
Because these camps are waiting.
Oh, here we go. The 600 death camps, ladies and gentlemen. Here comes, if you don't find this is the thing, to these poor people here, you have to go and find the investors, because if we don't get NESARA GESARA in, there's going to be 600 death camps in the US. There's 600 death camps in the US, guillotines, the whole box. What did you think it came from? Thin air? No, it came from her as well. Everything came from that woman over there. Oh, no, if you don't do it, guess what? 600 death camps are waiting for you. Never let a bad, a crisis go to waste. This is how con artistry works. 9/11, during that time, she did that whole con. She preyed on the emotionally compromised, the weak. And she used fear. Right there, she's been using fear. And then come 2020, Doesn't everybody in the chat remember the same old story being rebadged again about the death camps, about the guillotines, about all the garbage you could possibly find? It's been, shall we say, polished up and given to us again. Because during COVID, we were all compromised. Okay? There you go. Keep watching.
100 death camps in the U.S. There's 107,000 railroad
Yeah,
cars that
17.
were built in Portland, Oregon by Gunderson Steel Fabrications that have 143 sets of manacles in them. You do the math, 15 million Americans.
Okay, did you go and, this is my question, if I'd been there, she would have been screwed. That's all I'm going to say. Did you go and count that old lady? Is that in your Dove of Oneness report? Is it in there? Can I have a copy? Just so I can go and verify all the bullshit that's coming out of that report, please. No, sorry, you're not worthy of getting a copy of my, intelligent report. No. It all is so ridiculous, it's beyond ridiculous. Here you go. Right there. Specifics, ladies and gentlemen. Another part of con artistry. Specifics. 143 of this, 107,000 of that, 600 of this, 15, it's just scam after scam, fear-mongering, yes, fear-mongering at its very best. And do you see how it all continues on today? Fear of missing out. Remember the XRP? If you don't get in, you're going to miss out because it's going to be backed by gold. It's backed by gold. XLM backed by silver. Fear of missing out drives their index, fear and greed. That is fact. Then all the other embellishments, that we've copped throughout these years. No. It's time for justice. It's time for the grifters to evict themselves. As I said, this is all coming out today.
Can be taken to the death camps at one time with those railroad cars.
Oh, death camps.
This all came out of the 80s and has...
No. Didn't those death camps happen in the days of the Holocaust, lady? Obviously, you rebadged that. You took that business and you brought it back into, obviously, the years 2000. And then, obviously, it's been rebadged again.
Been sitting there, and most of these camps were put up in the 90s. But the Rex 84 was, we have too many people coming over the borders and they have to be put someplace and then taken home. No, that's not it. This is Americans. We still have UN troops here. We have enough UN troops that they could implement this.
Okay, now does everyone know where the UN troops business comes from? Her again. Everything comes from her. And then these idiots that came in here, con artists, that's what they are. A bunch of bloody con artists, all of them are. They rebadged everything. They used everything, the guillotines, the railway carts, the FEMA camps, everything that Dove of Oneness is saying there. And what does Q tell us? Does Q tell us about the UN? Because you know what? People have been scared to the living shithouse, right? Because of these clown jobs out there. Using these fear porn tactics. You've seen the clickbaiters taking advantage of it. You think about it. Fear attracts people. Emotionally compromised people. And there's so many of them out there that these con artists, they take advantage of them and they rub their bloody hands together and they know exactly what they're doing. They're rebadging her con. Can you see this is so ridiculous, ladies and gentlemen. It's sickening. I've got no other words but to call it sickening. The whole lot of it is. They're a bunch of sick individuals. And so was she. So was she. And just to think that we continue on to this very day believing the bullshit. Let me show you something, ladies and gentlemen, that it's in the Q drops. Because in the Q drops, it's all there. 378. No UN troops. Fake. Q. Do you see that, ladies and gentlemen? Now, if you're a Q as I said, we believe in military intelligence. We believe in our commander-in-chief. We trust the U.S. military. Military intelligence is Q. Fact. Q is saying there is no UN troops. Fake. Why? Because Q knew that these idiots out there, they're evil. That's what they are. They're evil. They manipulate people. They lie. They deceive. And they use fear porn as a way of controlling people, just like this lady right here does. And how she's saying about the National Guard, they're going to be used and all this crap.
Trained to go up to Americans' doors and take them prisoner and take them to the camps. And I have that from people directly that I know.
Oh, really?
I've talked to in the
No,
last
did you
year
get
on
it
the
from
phone.
Pacific Command? Who did you get it from? Your White Knight? Did you get it from Ashta, the command from, the ethereal realm? Where the hell did you get it from? From the land of bullshit.
Part of my plan that I have in here is to rescue those two programs and possibly some others.
Oh, so, okay, rescue NESARA GESARA. Sorry, NESARA, yeah, at the time, yeah, because it became GESARA. Yeah, and rescue the Omega. Oh, no, we've got to rescue those two programs. Oh, yeah, no, we saw what that rescuing meant. She's trying to rescue Clyde Hood's scam. That's what she's trying to rescue. I'm going to introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, once this video's over, I'm going to introduce you to the victims. I'm going to introduce you to the victims that believed her garbage, that went out there and did all these meetings all over the place. And they did this movie called Waiting for NESARA. I think it's very important that we watch that one.
We cannot, trustees decide funding.
No, we can't trust you.
When I asked for people to get lawsuits against the Omega trustees and Bergevin trustees a few weeks ago, I got a response. There are 2 legal actions against the Omega trustees and 1 against Bergevin. We want them to delay it because we can rescue those programs with NESARA. Once NESARA is announced, we can take them away from those trustees, and I'm not going to tell you how I'm doing it.
No, you're going to tell us nothing because you're a scam artist.
Would it be possible for a person that had bullion to enter this? Not
No,
cash?
it has to be cash.
No. She said, did you hear what one of the ladies from the audience said? This was what she said. Is it okay if we use bullion? Can they use bullion so the investors can use real gold, not the bullshit gold she's selling, and the other, the crap that Phil Godlowski and the gang have been pushing out there as well? Because as I said, if it's not in your hand, you don't have it. Now, she right there was asked the question, is it okay if we use bullion instead of cash? No, cash. Why? Because cash is liquid. Cash is king. Cash, no. They want to take the cash. Oh, no, because they've got to use the cash to use the prime notes banking scam known as Omega to, the 50-to-1 bullshit. Yeah, no. No. She wants cash.
Now, if someone has gold and they can get it turned into cash, through various processes, that can sometimes work.
Yeah, no, very
I was
lovely.
just wondering, the Supreme Court, is that going to be affected by the enactment of NESARA?
Yes. And there's going to be some other things, some really wonderful surprises.
Yes.
That I can't tell
Yeah,
you.
you'll have no
But
money
none
in
of
your
them
bank
won't
account.
be judges anymore. And, now I'm going to close. Anybody who knows influential people, entertainers, knows somebody who knows them, if you can take the time to come and visit with us in the restaurant, I really need your help on this. And remember, if you think you're going to offend somebody, no, they're going to make a huge return. We have ways to show them about NESARA. This is, part of what we're doing to educate people. And
What is it?
will help the world.
Do you
And
have the
please,
ways by showing by your confirmations? The scammetry, the confirmation that you pre-record with your scamming friends? No. We don't trust you a damn bit. And we don't trust any of them out there now. They've been involved in this. They've been involved in continuing on with this scam.
Don't put your worries about, oh my gosh, if I talk to so-and-so, then they're going to hate me or think I'm an idiot, and then I'll never talk to them again. Maybe what you'll get is a positive response and get this done. And it's worth it because it saves your life, and it saves the life of your friends, and it saves the world. Because if Bush could get this, they would start doing this worldwide. We've got to stop it here.
Yeah, no, do you see that? If you have connections with somebody, so now she's appealing to idiots out there. So she appealed to the idiots that were listening to her live. Now she's appealing to the ones that are watching this. No, stick it up your bum. If you have any connections with someone who has $300 to $500 million, because 300 million is minimum, right? You can't get in unless you got the 300 mil, right? Then to do a joint venture. So in other words, you got 300 million, or if you don't, you join with others to create the 300 million buy-in. Then to do a joint venture trading program with NESARA, please immediately send, you might as well get your money and shove it with, into the shredder right there. With a subject of funds include your name, telephone number, and it's a scam. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, continue watching. There you go. NESARA meeting. Yes. Do you see that thing up there? That's her little creation. Remember that little list I showed you before? That's her little creation again. And you're seeing the real JFK putting that garbage out there as well. I think you should just send him a message and tell him to fuck off. You know what I mean? Sorry, guys. But you know what? I'm in the right frame of mind to tell real JFK Jr. to go and fuck himself and take his NESARA with him. You know what? We've all been grifted and lied to for a very long time. A reminder of Gesara NESARA, the act that was passed in 2000, No. And he's got the list attached from the Dove of Dumbness. Seriously. Yeah, that's the fake gold. Yeah, no, just because you put all that bloody mysterious woo-woo music on top, we're not buying your garbage Dove of Dumbness. And also, all those fake pictures with gold and shit, God knows where you plucked that from. You know what I mean? And put it together. Oh, yeah, no. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your death camps. She's gone to she's gone somewhere and taking photos of the death camps that we're all going to. The ones that they also, remember Charlie Ward and all the rest of the gang? They've been saying that we're going to end up there. No. It's the same scam being rebuffed. Yeah, no, enemy prisoners of war. That's where you're going to end up. Yeah, no, Fort Dix. No, sorry. I don't want to go anywhere where it's called Fort Dix, thank you. Oh, Hawaii. Isn't that where Nick Alvier and Phil Godlowski live? Yeah, no, why don't you go put them in the bloody concentration camp where they deserve for grifting? Bloody idiots. Oh, no, there we got the trucks. Or the trains. The trains, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the trains where they're going to cart us all away like back in the old days of Germany. And you've probably seen this map going around with all the concentration camps. Now you know where it came from. The Dove of Dumbness again. Has anyone seen these pictures? This one right here. You've probably seen those floating around. More about our concentration camps in America. And the Dove of Dumbness has been putting this all in a report. Anyway, that woman made me so sick to my stomach. I just can't stand her. Now, I want to show you guys what the victims. Now, remember, what do? They use biblical terms to give validity to what their garbage is. Blessed are those who believe without seeing. Lovely, isn't it? Now, these poor people, I'm going to show you, they get together at the local KFC. This is true. They get together and they have these meetings and they get the Dove of Dumbness reports. So they get together. They get all these people together and they all go around the place and they have these meetings at the KFC with a picture of Saint Germain next to the KFC packet, right? And no, I'm serious. And then you're going to hear all the channeling of these aliens that they're going to try and channel to give them the report. You're going to see a lot of weird stuff, right? And this is what they've been, this is why I'm saying this has all been the embellishments, care of the Dove of Oneness that has been doing all this. And these poor people believed it all. They believed the garbage because remember, she mixes in fact and fiction. And then these people are reading, each time they have a meeting, they're reading their reports. Then you're going to meet some guy. This is actually, this is real. You're going to meet some guy that apparently thinks he's an alien. And he said, oh no, just because I got knocked on the head, and then after I got knocked on the head, I woke up and the alien was in me. I mean, you're going to see all this weird stuff. But anyway, it's best for you guys to watch it.
We started out at the Kentucky Fried Chicken on State Street, 39th. It was the original location of the old meeting we had, but apparently they'd had some problems with their sewer line backing up, and a lot of people started complaining about the stench in the room. Our next venue was at the Stonewall Center. And then so what about the rest of the 99%? Are we going to let them rule us with fear? I don't see anything really going to come out of that.
So basically, terrified by the recent events of 9/11. This is what the Dove of Oneness has done. The Dove of Oneness has used, remember, let's look at what's happening with the COVID. During the COVID, they never let a crisis go to waste. That's the way of con artistry. And it's exactly what they did back in the day. They used 9/11, to be able to launch the fake NESARA GESARA off that, and then come forward 2020, it's the same deal again. Poor Bernard honestly got the sharp end of the stick. And these people are believing the Dove of Oneness. At this point, you'll see in the movie as well, they don't know who she is. Some mysterious character that goes on and puts hotline messages that they dial into, and then also their access to the website. These people, it's the mysticism. So basically, let me tell you, it's theatrical, right? So think about this. You got SGN on. No one, he made an appearance once and then he disappeared. What's the deal with that? It's all theatrics, ladies and gentlemen. It's all theatrics. He does these audio tapes, speaks in a very monotone, calm voice, and everyone it puts people to sleep, honestly. That's why they love it, because, they lack sleep and they need sleep. So basically, it's the theatrics of them all. And you see Charlie Ward, oh, I'm just Charlie, I'm just the lovable uncle. Yeah, no, I'm the con artist, right? Everyone's guards down. Phil Godlowski does a lot of theatrics, claiming that he's Edward Snowden, alluding to people that he controls Trump. Scavino, he's the 6 and he controls the 5. He acts like he does the Bravo, 17 and all these things, and the video happens to be in the right spot of him talking to military and doing code, and it's just ridiculous the amount of theatrics. Then we got Sasha Stone, the woo-woo, the card shufflers out there. It's all a bunch of theatrical play, and they all rely on this. Do you see what I mean? And this is what I'm saying. Never let a good crisis go to waste like 9/11, like the Dove of Oneness did.
guys have a lighter or something? We got you guys some candles back here.
Did you?
Oh, thank you.
The problem is, Jim is allergic, so we have to put him back there. He hates the candles, but
There is a thing called NESARA. How many people are not aware of NESARA? You're not aware of NESARA, Margaret?
it's been a while.
Okay. You're not aware of NESARA. How about you, sir? Okay. NESARA is a...
So basically, he uses the right acronym, but the wrong information. So at the time, they were using Harvey Bernard's acronym, but the wrong information that was coming from the Dove of Oneness. Okay? Now, they're at the local KFC, and they're having these meetings. Now, these people, honestly, they're victims. They are victims of the deception of the Dove of Oneness. They're under the they're under the spell. And these people want a better life. And look, they are easily manipulated and they're emotionally compromised.
Acronym.
is an acronym, thank you, Sally, for National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. It was a secret law that was passed in the year 2000 by the Clinton Congress, signed into law by Bill Clinton. A gag order was subsequently placed on it by the Supreme Court, simply because it involved too much change within the banking community. It would have caused total chaos if people were allowed to know, to find out about it. People would stop paying their mortgages, their credit cards, their car payments, and it would have resulted in worldwide economic chaos. The gag order was extended to high-level people in the government. It was leaked out beginning in around 2001, and there was a woman named Dove that started to put out information about the NESARA law.
There we go. It was Dove of Oneness, ladies and gentlemen. She was the one that created all the fictitious embellishments and destroyed Harvey Bernard's work. Now, he mentioned something that he said that the reason why they haven't released it, people or released the information, was because people would stop paying their mortgage, stop paying their, their rent and everything else. Well, that actually happened. And it happened basically this time around. Not in her time, but our time. In Canada, ladies and gentlemen, I've got the court case. Let me show you what happened. This is real. These people, these deceivers that go out there, that's why I can't stand them. I can't stand any one of them. Because people have lost their lives. I don't think you get it. I've seen email from a person that basically sent an email because of somebody that committed suicide because they lost everything, from Phil Godlowski. His deceptions and his lies and his grifting. They lost everything, ladies and gentlemen. And what do? They have no conscience whatsoever. They go around doing the Dove of Oneness. They're continuing with the same garbage that she did. The same garbage to this very day. And because of that, this actually happened. There was a court case in British Columbia in Canada. It involved the Bank of Montreal and two respondents. Listen to me, because you really got to get it. That list that I showed you was actually presented by them to the court as their evidence as NESARA GESARA. They took it to the court, ladies and gentlemen. The fictitious garbage that was created by the Dove of Oneness, and then you had this character right here that continues to spread, a real JFK Jr. and all these others that continue to give validity to the Dove of Oneness's work. This document was submitted into the court records as a means as why they shouldn't be paying their mortgage. And in the end, ladies and gentlemen, they lost. They lost. They lost it all. Look at this. It's all there in black and white. That it says there, NESARA GESARA acronyms stand for National Economic Security and Reformation Act. Who was the one to create that acronym? The Dove of Oneness. The Dove of Oneness did it. And to this very day, people have been suffering. And they put in that particular document as evidence. Can you believe it? It is disgusting what these idiots out there continue to push that narrative to this very day. Shame on you all. You should all pack your bags. And anyone, I've got a message for everybody. Anyone that enables them, I don't want them here. Anyone that's part of their group, piss them off. I don't want them here. I don't want anyone, because you know what? These kind of people are the ones, they're the real victims that have to suffer. Because they go on the pretense that their mortgage has been forgiven because of that list over there, that these others, these podcasters, they have no respect. They have no respect for mankind or humanity or for anybody else whatsoever. All they care about is pushing a con and getting rich from it. On the emotionally compromised. So guess what? People are gullible. They take that in. And they took in that document. And you know why? I have every right to be pissed. Because I see the suffering of people. I've seen the suffering of what they've done to them. There we go. It's right here, ladies and gentlemen. Point 12 of the legal document that you see before you. This document, there we go. Right here. Miss Lou made submissions on the intent of NESARA GESARA law. Right, there it is. Let's see if I can get that off. No, come on. Okay, so Miss Lou made a submission on the intent of NESARA GESARA law by the reference to the document gesara.news with a website address using the same words. The 20-point document, ladies and gentlemen, that is right there that you see before you and has been passed on and has been rebadged, care of the Dove of Oneness, and to this very day, these entities continue to spread it. And because of that, someone had to pay the price. The document was submitted. They referred to as a jubilee, debt forgiveness, it's all in that document. NESARA GESARA principles, 120 days, remember the elections? Everything that they said, it's all there. These poor people have had to suffer under their hand. You know what? As I said, you keep following these entities. You follow Derek Johnson. You know what? Piss off out of here. You follow all these others. Get out of here. I don't want you here. I don't care if I'm left with one person in the end, to be quite honest. Because you know what? At the end of the day, it's about principle. These people lack principle, lack respect, and lack a moral compass. And because of that, these entities have to suffer the price. They're continuing on and eluding people with these lies. They continue to go to these conventions and enable each other. Well, guess what? If you're watching them, you're enabling that behavior. You're enabling it. So have a think about that one. Have a hard think about what you're doing to others, other victims out there. That's what you're doing. You're responsible too. You're as bad as they are if you're enabling them. Sorry, but you know what? The buck stops here, and it stops today.
It's gone, wiped out. Number 3, it gets rid of the entire United States Congress and Senate. Gone.
So wonderful.
Gone. He gets rid of President Bush and all of his cabinet members. Now, this is going to sound so far out, you're going to think this is like from Star Trek or something. Okay? But I'm getting a witness myself that this is truth. Okay? And really, truth is so far from how they portray it on the news. Hello, dear friends and White Knights. It sounds like there is a competition among White Knight groups to see who can get a NESARA announced the soonest. Now that the White Knight leaders in charge of NESARA have learned that there are 3 other plans to get NESARA announced, the White Knight leaders are changing their date. The White Knight leaders are now choosing to do the NESARA announcement several days sooner than they previously planned. The members of the White Knight group who told Pat Sajak to talk about a world-changing announcement this Sunday also have the support of the World Court. The White Knight leaders do not have the ability to stop these other White Knights from getting NESARA announced. Therefore, the White Knight leaders have decided to change their announcement date in an effort to be the ones who get NESARA announced. Who is Dove? I don't think nobody really knows who she is as far as who her real name is, her identity. I know she lives in Olympia, Washington.
She was in the intelligence service, so she has a lot of contacts that trust her. She has knowledge of the Faction 1.
Do you see how they all bought it hook, line, and sinker, ladies and gentlemen? They all bought it. These are the victims. These are the victims. They're going out there and they're spreading her word, and basically you're looking at it again. It's been rebadged again.
Faction 2 and Faction 3 in the government and in the CIA, FBI, intelligence circles and governmental circles. Once a minute.
Hello, dear friends. It's Sunday, April 28th. I'm told either the White Knights will announce NESARA today or this evening, or Saint Germain will cause the announcement of NESARA on April 29th. In a stroke of financial genius, Saint Germain is doing a legal corporate eviction of the current administration. Truly, friends, this is going to ensure that we do see NESARA announced. Our prosperity program deliveries of the first 31 prosperity programs are still due to be in our hands by April 30th. A reminder, St. Germain has control of whether we receive our funding from his World Trust, which amounts to over 50% of our full funding amount.
Seriously, does everyone believe this garbage? I know Saint Germain from the ethereal realm, the ascended master of Jesus, known as, I don't know, it's so ridiculous, it's unbelievable, but they do. This is the thing. I don't know who draws these pictures up, where they get this thing from. I mean, from the ethereal realm. The ethereal realm of where? You know what I mean? Then well, hold on a minute. If these are highly intellectual beings from the ethereal realm, do they need money to make it happen? You know, obviously to go and pay the Philippines so they can go and dig for the gold? You know, this is so ridiculous, and people actually believe this shit. That's the ridiculous part I don't get. How stupid do you have to be? Obviously, there's people that are stupid and gullible, and they have a lack of discernment. And it continues on today. Saint Germain is all over the place, yes. Saint Germain, it's gotten to the point of being sick, ladies. These people really need to wake up. They really do. They're going around and they talk about the Saint Germain Trust that he's involved with. Are you serious? How much are we going to continue with this thing? I mean, seriously, I mean, what's wrong with these people?
And Saint Germain has zero tolerance for anyone who is anti-NESARA. He's worked for hundreds of years to bring us NESARA's blessings, and he expects us to support NESARA in all we do.
Thank you for calling. Goodbye.
That will be followed by the resignations of Bush, Cheney, Ashcroft, and all of his cabinet members. They will be replaced by an interim government that's already been selected by the White Knights, who are the human component of who's doing the changes. Within 96 hours following the announcement, we will also have the Ascended Masters appear on our television screens and introduce themselves to us. After that,
do they get cable? Seriously, we're going to have the Ascended Masters go on television. Yeah, make sure they're wearing their makeup, and they're going to be talking to us. Really, has that happened yet? Has anyone seen Saint Germain from the ethereal plane come down? Ascended Master Jesus and the gang, all these. I mean, do you see what? Oh yeah, no. It's going to get more ridiculous. You're actually going to see. I don't know how they buy it. Seriously, I really don't know. You're actually going to hear and see how they're going to. There's a channeler that is going to channel some sort of alien being, and he's going to basically talk shit. That's what it is.
happens, the prosperity funds will be released, and we will begin to work with our new government that's interim.
Then there will be another more formal, long-lasting election take place for the 4-year program. And personally, I believe that Jesus Christ will be the head of that government.
Bill Clinton, despite what people think, how low life he was, how he had sex with Monica Lewinsky and all that, I think he was set up basically on that, and he knows how evil this Illuminati conspiracy is.
Did you get that one wrong? Bill Clinton didn't like the Illuminati. He wasn't part of it. No. Did you see this? I mean, I know they're making Bill Clinton into what, being a saint now?
Bill Clinton could be the interim leader. At some point after NESARA's announcement, the funds will be released. People will receive funding letters. They'll go to their banks and they'll receive large sums of money.
Money coming from nowhere, almost falling in your lap. It's like, you're supposed to get interesting checks every month. Thousands of dollars or something like that, to that effect.
Prosperity programs were set up by Ascended Master Saint Germain over 250 years ago when he walked the planet.
When he walked the planet.
He set up the World Trust.
My question is this.
That today is where.
Okay, apparently Saint Germain, the Ascended Master, whoever he is in that picture, he walked the planet 250 years ago. I mean, where did they get that information from? Have they got any facts and some receipts to prove it? No. It all came out from the Dove of Oneness again. And from her reports. And obviously they sit there and I don't know how, that's what I'm saying, they've got no conscience. These con artists, they don't have any conscience whatsoever. Nothing at all. Zero.
Decillions, or I don't even know how to pronounce it. So many zeros. It's just.
Yeah, there we go. Do you remember that one that's been rebadged by Charlie and the gang? There's so many of them gone around and said, "Oh, we got so many. I can't even say the words. So many zeros. How many gold that go around the rings of Saturn so many times around the Earth? Whatever the bullshit that comes out of their asses."
Mind-boggling. There's just a ton of programs. I don't even know a third of them, but These programs were set up and designed so that only people of good intention would get into them. Like the farm claims had claims writers that would go around and talk to people, and it was word of mouth strictly. They weren't allowed to advertise. A lot of them had small entry fees, like the farm claims. You had to put down $300.
Yeah, no. That was Clyde's. There was a little scam that they did. You know, the $300. You know, that was a scam. They'll go around the place. You know, the $300 is to give you the Omega scam that was going on. All these scams. There were so many scams. It's just so ridiculous. They were going. You know, the farmers are doing it hard. So what did they do? They go around, rub their hands together, and say, right, okay, how are we going to make some money here? So Clyde and the gang would go around the place. There'll be actually not Clyde. No, there was another character. No, not the Omega Trust. There's another scam that was going on at the time. That we'll speak about the James Rink incident video that he brings out. You know, with the change of horizon, and he speaks about this guy being very highly, a general and all that. But that was a scam artist as well. And this is who he's speaking about. This scam artist with the farmers. Because the $300 entry was basically what he was saying is we need the $300 so we can do a class action against the United States government. And no, the money was nowhere to be seen. And that's what it is. There's a lot of scam artistry going on. That's the problem.
I said there's no way in God's earth to come up with 300. I plotted and I schemed to be able to have the money. I prayed to whatever God I prayed to.
So these people are doing it hard. These are victims. Now, remember, there was a $300 scam, which is the $300 scam that I mentioned about a certain general that was spoken about in the movie Change on the Horizon with James Rink, sorry. I keep calling him Fink. He might as well be a Fink. But the $300 was another scam. They'd go around and they would get a shitload of farmers. They were doing it hard to part with $300 in order to go against the system and fight the system, because there was all these things going on about the farmers. Remember, Harvey Bernard did that in NESARA originally, that whole thing to help America, but to help the farmers as well. The Baskerville farmers, that's another well-known case. Now, he was saying, I had to do what I had to do to get the $300 together. But then, he's talking about $300 to do with the Dove of Oneness scam. So there's another scam. So this is another scam that I spoke about, but there's so many of these scams, guys. But this one here, let's stick to the Dove of Oneness. So basically, the Omega Trust scam. He wanted to buy 3 units. Remember, 1 unit equals $100. So he wanted to get $300. So then have a listen to what he said.
And when I got it, because I had a free paycheck in March of that year, the last paycheck, I took that entire paycheck and bought myself the papers.
Why did people do it? I don't know. I mean, they just felt like it was going to happen.
Well, it turned out that I was going to get $37 million. Hey, to me, that is still a heck of a lot of money.
So he's thinking that $300 or whatever money he was going to, he used his whole salary, apparently his whole, to go and give to the Dove of Oneness. So then basically he can get a return. Seriously.
First year went by. Second year went by.
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, no, that was Clyde Hood, Dove of Oneness. It's the Omega Trust thing.
Was I a fool?
No, you were.
Third year went by.
Yep.
Fourth year went by.
Yep, and nothing. And 10 years.
It has been subdued. It has been set aside. It has been ignored for years because of the total change, I'm sure, that is about to occur when this takes place.
As most people know, The mass prosperity deliveries and funding will only be done after NESARA is announced. All of us need to do what we can to get NESARA announced for the benefit of the world, our loved ones, and ourselves. We on the Internet are now organizing NESARA action teams. We know that we must contribute our efforts in order for NESARA to be announced. I've rarely asked you calling this number to do anything, but we all need to do all we can to ensure NESARA is announced soon.
Come on in. We got some pizza there. What's left of it? Do you want it? I got a bellyache already. They ate one before that one. Y'all want it? All right, this is Sherlock A. Collins with you in a few minutes, soon after news. We're going to get started here. We got our guest here is Jim. We're going to talk about NESARA. That's the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. So we're going to get some history and some updates on what NESARA is all about.
NESARA is the framework, the legal framework that will restore a constitutional government to this planet, okay? And it's already passed into law, it's already been through Congress, and it's already been signed into law by Bill Clinton. So they had everything ready to go. 1 year later, it was scheduled to be announced in October of 2001. On September 11th, the announcement was going to be made in New York City by Alan Greenspan. As we know, that morning, 2 planes hit the World Trade Center and preempted the announcement of NESARA. Okay, this was a desperate act by those dark forces that would want to continue in power.
Alan Greenspan was involved with the Fed Reserve. Yeah, no, I doubt he wants to announce, okay, that he, about NESARA, my friend. Okay, it's all a crock of shit. And then also, remember 9/11. This thing about, remember the buildings, they're coming down as far as the computers being on there to do with NESARA. That was all done from the Dove of Dumbness again. The Dove of Oneness used that crisis in order to cash in, using fear, using every which means that they rebadged and reused again this crisis known as the COVID. They've done it again. Do you see the amount of deception that is here? It's so ridiculous. And then you see that movie Change on the Horizon, and it's basically based on all her work.
Power continued to rob us and rape us and keep us in slavery.
Made possible much more intensive surveillance of the dark ones. This in turn has allowed increased interactions between those who are working to transform your world and
there we go. So she's getting an update from the Galactic Federation, from a website. So anyone can go and put a website, and then what they do is they pay money to go and get access to the Galactic Federation updates. Are you serious right now? Yeah, no, unfortunately it is. It really is ridiculous. So Sally is reading, you got the Dove of Dumbness reports that they read, the Dove of Oneness. Then you got this business from the Galactic Federation from another website. And they get together and they have these meetings at KFC with St. Germain's picture on the wall there, or on the table.
us. Now, do you understand that part? Remember, 9/11 was allowed to happen on a spiritual level, but even our galactic helpers.
Oh, yeah, no, hold on a minute. So now, hold on, if you got these St. Germain going on, the Palladians and the gang, Galactic Federation, why the hell didn't they step in and, no, they didn't, why do they allow, no, they've always got an excuse for something in these reports. No, why don't they step in with their superpowers and stop the thing from happening? Why did they allow it to happen? No, because it's got to do with spirituality. It's got to do with it. No, let's have a listen.
Allowed to happen on a spiritual level, but even our galactic helpers were clueless that it was going to happen.
Okay, so they're useless.
So it was to see how we could work as a team and what could be. Their sacrifice brought us to a consciousness level unsurpassed.
Are you serious right now? Are you kidding me that these ethereal, extraterrestrial, whatever you want to call them, super intellectual beings, allowed people to be sacrificed on 9/11 so it can help with our ascension? Seriously.
And the Galactic Federation had to find that out also.
I know they're
They were
stupid.
caught off guard, but not the spiritual hierarchy. They honored the dead.
Yeah, they honor this. Okay. Guys, this is where, listen to me. This guy, this is what they do. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep a straight face because it's ridiculous. They actually ring a hotline, and this hotline that they ring, like the Dove of Oneness reports and all that, they get these, shall we say, channelers to speak to these ETs. One of them is known as the Mother and the Light. Yes. Get ready for it. Here we go.
Mother, the light of the most radiant one, in the office of the Christ, and only in the office of the Christ, we invoke the loving
Here we go.
energies of
The voice of the ascended master known as Mother Sekhmet. And their telephone conversation available on this particular website underneath. Yeah, no, I'm serious. I'm absolutely dead serious. And I don't know, it still continues on to this day. I just showed you the grifting that continues on with all, and you could see that the Dove of Oneness is very, her stuff, her bullshit is still continuing on to this very single day. Look, it's lights, camera, action. After all, look at that. You got Super Trump there. And then you got, is that Jesus or is that a Palladian? God knows who it is. But they're all, they've got all these things. All these embellishments. Everything's just added up into one big shit sandwich. It literally has been. And why not throw in the aliens as well? There you go, the ascended master. I don't know how many masters they've been talking to. We invoke the loving energy of Saint Germain. Yeah, send my regards, will you?
and the violet flame. Right now, the biggest thing the humans need to get is that they have to get over their anger. Yes, we know. 15,000 people died. 9/11.
No. The aliens are talking and they're saying, we are sorry. We heard 15,000 people died. Yeah, and you got it from the fourwinds.com of bullshit as well. So that telephone conversation, they put it up on the fourwinds.com website, whatever it is underneath there. They dial in whatever it is. They, obviously they pay because everything's about money, and they listen to their garbage.
Not 3,000, 15,000. That is correct. And we were there instantly to beam them up out of that building as they were jumping out of those buildings. That is why in certain websites right after the day of 9/11, you could see
Most of them, the bigger ones.
Did anyone in the chat buy this garbage about the Mother of Light and all those ascended masters, and all of them were having a little bit of they were having a dispute. No, it's not 3,000, it's 15,000. I thought intelligent beings don't need to speak. Don't you use mental telepathy anyway? No, obviously, because your mental cases that sit there and you use your bullshit, that you go there and you grift off everybody, you lie and you deceive, and the deception still continues today. That's the disgusting thing about it.
ones are just, I would say they're kind of like what we would call destroyers, but they're not destroyers of that.
Yeah, no, they
I'm just
destroy
saying
your
that
brain.
They're not the big motherships.
Why does Jesus need a spaceship?
Yeah, no,
Well,
what does he?
it might be a little more comfortable coming through space in a ship than just
Okay.
zooming through with your head, you know?
Okay, I thought Jesus is an ascended master. Why the hell would he need a spaceship for? I mean, don't they come from the ethereal plane? Does he need a Star Trek ship or something to come here? Are you serious? I mean, honestly, this is so ridiculous. You know?
See, there's a shadow right here with a circle and then all
Yeah. Okay. Look, you know what? I truly believe there is life outside of what we believe is life. We know that Admiral Byrd has gone out and beyond the ice wall and said there are continents that exist beyond the ice wall. That is all documented. That is fact. We want facts. We want, if there's that, if there's ETs, extraterrestrials, if there's other life forms, the government need to be transparent about it. That's the problem. That's why where we are right now is the lack of transparency from the government. We've been gaslit. We've been lied to. You've been seeing all these other things with these drones business and all these interdimensional beings that have been plastered on the New York Post, the monoliths and everything else. Isn't it time that they come clean? But no. What do? Do you see how it all works? They manipulate these poor people. I'm about facts. I want to see the extraterrestrial beings. I want to see the facts and some receipts. We work that way because it grounds us. We know what is true. They need to be transparent, but not like this. This is disgusting what they're doing to people. It really is. They're taking advantage of people's mental health. They really are.
We didn't see that when we took the picture, but it certainly did show up.
Okay, the question was, and this is a very good question, is if we're not going to be on the planet, then why do we need the money?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's a very good question. I've asked that.
That's a very good question. Go for it.
Myself. And what I believe, this is my belief, is that only certain people aren't going to be on the planet.
Okay.
There will be only around 40,000 of the first wave moving below the Earth's surface.
Right.
And they will be leaving.
Okay. Obviously, he's reading the Dove of Oneness report or one of those websites again. Do you see what they do? They get together at the local KFC, and there's quite a few of them. They get there, and this guy comes out there being the leader of it all, and he reads the reports. Okay, you see it. He goes there and he reads the reports.
21st October at 3 a.m. local time.
Suppose I'm of the first wave.
You are first wave, ma'am.
Oh, isn't that lovely?
Very simple. You are first
Number
wave.
one, how do you know it's 40,000? Obviously, it's the dumbness reports that you're reading over there.
Suppose I should stay on the earth instead of getting a ship, and I don't know.
When the time comes, your DNA will be is already encoded.
Yep.
The frequencies that are being beamed down,
Right.
or beamed across many different stargates, will activate those particular codings in you. I, Prince Omnipi of...
Okay. Now, honestly, what do you say? That's why I say these people, they're being manipulated. I want the truth. I want the truth. That's what we want, is the truth. That's all we want. Not the fabrications, the lies, the deceptions. Now, this guy here, his name's Prince. This is the one I spoke about before. The one that bumped his head and woke up an alien. Have a listen to him.
Contra Samaria, binary star system located in headquarters of Andromeda.
Mm.
To salute my brothers and sisters of the first wave who have served so well with me and around me and because of me, and sometimes not booting the anybody, Everybody all over the galaxies are watching you now. They are applauding you because you had the audacity to do it. But yours has been one of the most advanced light waves of light workers that has ever been known for the last 40 billion light years.
Yay! Congratulations!
Give
yourself a big hand.
Okay, I
Yes.
have a problem with, my son's father is a follower of Hatan, or Hatan, I guess.
Okay, so Aton is that Palladian that I spoke about before. He's a follower. So we got followers, ladies and gentlemen, of Saint Germain, followers of the ascended Jesus, you know, Master Jesus, followers of Mother, whatever her name was before. And even, so we've got different fan clubs, you know what I mean? They're going on as well.
Yeah.
He is also a god.
Oh, really now? Oh, no, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. He's also a god. You know, no, the alien knows there, the one that's speaking right now, that claims that he hit his head. Don't you worry, you'll hear it. And he woke up an alien. Now, he's saying that Anton, or whatever his name is, that Palladian is a god. Lovely. I thought there's only one god, and our creator is the only god. No, according to him, there are other gods as well. Lovely.
One of the more better ones that we've had for a long, long time. He was a god in Lesser Egypt for approximately 9,000 years.
Right.
But do we need to worship him? Because I cannot worship him. I do not.
Very valid point.
No, that
At all.
He never sought
You know,
worship.
he is not my
No,
whatever.
he is not. He
And
is-
I have a problem because
No.
with my son's dad, because we,
Matter of time, just because I got banged on the head, you know, I lay down on the desert floor for 5.5 hours.
Do you hear what he just said? Just because I got banged on the head and laid on the floor for 5 hours. And then apparently he woke up and the alien was in him.
Dehydrated, looked like a shriveled prune. When I came back in, I noticed things were different.
I have the great privilege of being
Yeah, here we go.
belonging to the Patriarchal Church of Jesus Christ
Right.
for about 10 years.
Yeah.
Good thing it only took me 10 years to be excommunicated from that one, and it took me 40 years to be twice excommunicated from the Mormon Church.
I wonder what alien you are.
The reason that the LDS do the genealogy is so they can search out the bloodlines, okay? And they can find the most pure
So basically they're talking about the reptilians now.
reptilians, because the more reptilian DNA that you have, the easier it is to be controlled.
Everything is based on fear.
Yep, that's right.
When you're dealing with the reptilians from, the off-worlders, the dark agenda ones, the dark overlords, the Ankara system, all of the above, whatever words you want to do. It's part of our play. It's part of what we wrote in and volunteered for. But the human-reptilian conflict has been going on for millennia and on many different worlds.
If this is all true, bring it out. I'm telling you, we need to put this to rest, guys. I'm telling President Trump and all these other whiteheads, whoever they're watching, you want to bring it out, bring it out. It's time to put this all to bed. We need transparency. We need transparency. It's very important.
I have never seen a reptilian.
No, neither
per
have
se.
I.
They have the ability to take on a human shape.
Yeah.
They're shapeshifters, and they literally can shapeshift back into their native mode. And there are eyewitnesses that have actually observed this.
Right.
And even the scientists will tell us that even the human brainstem is of reptilian origins. Basically, obviously the Bush family, the Rockefeller family, the Queen of England, Tony Blair, basically most of the main leaders of the world are basically in on this Illuminati conspiracy.
On my being, I choose to live in that higher vibrational frequency. And I am totally different than I've ever been, and totally grateful. There are people in my life who believe I'm totally insane.
Join the crowd.
We just heard of some events that happened just yesterday. We heard that actually Mr. Cheney was put under house arrest.
He's on a radio station He's speaking about NESARA GESARA. Now think about this. He's going out there and he's making some claims about how Dick Cheney has been, under house arrest and all these things. And people are like, what is he talking about here? They're still here. We see him on the TV. Do you know what I mean?
Passed by white knights.
The white knights. Hold on a minute. You're talking about the Dove of Dumbness. Do you see again how he's speaking about the white knights? Yeah, he's speaking about, that all comes from the Dove of Oneness. The white knights, you've seen, she was the one that claimed that she made up the term. Obviously, it all comes from her.
And also, Mr. Rumsfeld may be sharing that same fate.
Sounds pretty good. So Dick Cheney's got, how come they didn't do that to Skull and Bones Bush there yet?
Well, because he still has a key role in all this.
All right.
The play is still playing out, and he may end up yet playing a major part in this. Okay.
Really?
Okay.
So, we can't count him out of the game yet.
Okay.
But under NESARA, Mr. Bush, in fact, all of their resignations have already been videotaped. They're already in the Library of Congress.
The resignations have been videotaped. It's in the library. Where do they get this from? The Dove of Dumbness again. Everything comes from that thing. You know what I mean? And all these. Honestly, I really feel for these people. I honestly really feel.
They've all put their resignations out there, and we will be seeing those resignations on all major television networks very soon.
Hey, that sounds good. Bill, your turn. You got 10 minutes. At least use it
Okay.
wisely.
This is where he gets fried by a caller about the Constitution. When you're you're trying to think about what you're going to say, and you're going into the Dove of Dumbness reports, and you're thinking, what would the Dove of Dumbness do right now? This is exactly what, this poor bloke's doing here. He's going to try and, think of a way out of his bullshit, that the Dove of Dumbness, obviously, from her reports. And then he's going to be challenged by somebody that really knows the Constitution of America.
You do, Sherlock, you know that.
Okay.
I'd like to ask your guest, you say you believe in the Constitution of the United States?
Absolutely.
Explain to me how an act of where all the government resigns is in compliance with the Constitution.
That's a good question, Bill.
Yeah, I don't know the
Good
answer.
question. Basically,
It's not there, is it?
What isn't there?
The ability of forcing all of the government to resign. There is procedure spelled out in the body of the Constitution, Section 1 and Article 1, Article 2, Article 3, that tells how anyone that resigns, or if they kick somebody out on, like they did Traficant, then there is a procedure they have to follow. Another thing, if Alan Greenspan was to be the one to announce it, isn't Alan Greenspan the mouthpiece for the group, the Federal Reserve, that you guys hate so badly?
That's correct.
And you're claiming that he is going to be the one that announces the change, and they blow up 2 towers, kill 3,000 people to muffle that announcement. Why couldn't they just say, whoops, Greenspan's in the hospital, he's had a stroke, and that would delay it any time that they wanted to?
Well, I think your view is very narrow and
My view is not narrow. My view is in compliance with the Constitution.
No,
your view is out of compliance and therefore a criminal act.
Okay, Bill. Well, thank you for your
Now,
comments.
my 10 minutes isn't up yet, is it, Sherlock?
You got about 6 more.
Okay. Well, let me just say this: that you're looking at things the way they're supposed to be as a constitutional republic. It is actually being restored to the original Constitution.
By whom?
By the White Knights.
Oh, no. There we go. Who's doing it? No, this man knows the constitutional law. Who the fuck are the White Knights? Pardon my French. You know what I mean?
The White Knights of Columbus?
That's pretty cute, though. No, the White Knights basically are a coalition of people in our government. A lot of military people.
Your 10 minutes are up there, Bill. We got to go to the next caller.
I'll leave on this note.
That was the note he left on. He goes, I'll leave on this note, and he hit the bloody button. You know, this is the thing. I mean, who's going to do it? The White Knights. The White Knights of Columbus? Oh, no. You don't muck around when it comes to the constitutional law.
We are blessed to have a channel, a very clear channel that resides in Colorado, and we were fortunate enough to sit with St. Germain on Sunday night, and I'd like to give you a brief report. The changes that a lot of you are experiencing, the dizziness, the headaches, the sleepless nights, and all this, expect more of the same, with more intensity, with time speeding up more and more as we come down the funnel's neck. Okay? We are also looking forward to...
You know, honestly, I really feel sorry for these people because, you know, a lot of them have probably passed on. And what have they got on their tombstone? Waiting for NESARA is what these poor people, I honestly feel sorry for them. You know, imagine that. I was waiting for NESARA. I'm still waiting. Beam me up, St. Germain. Seriously.
A step up in help from our galactic friends. The latest Dove report that came out this morning said that the
Here we
U.S.
go, Dove of
military,
Oneness.
95% of them are on our side. They want NESARA. Okay, they may not know about NESARA, but they want what NESARA represents, which is freedom, liberty, freedom from war, prosperity. Okay, I mean, we just are not going to let the dark overrun us. Okay, we know what they have planned for us, don't we? Okay, we've all heard the horror stories about the railroad cars and the shackles. And
There
the
we go.
guillotines.
Yeah, no. Where did you hear that from? The Dove of Oneness again. He mentioned her. Oh, no, they're talking about NESARA announcement, this, that. I mean, they're putting all the embellishments, chucking in the camps, all the rest of the garbage, you know, as she does. And he's reading everything that you heard, what she said. Everything that she said is being reflected right here, ladies and gentlemen. The facts, evidence, and receipts cannot be disputed. That's the facts right there.
The camps and all that stuff, right?
The impending forces.
Father, I just want you to kind of hone yourself now and just have A, B, C, D. How many minutes are we away from
Here we go.
what's being mobile?
All right, here we go. They're channeling another alien. All right, are you ready? Apparently, you know the channeler, I don't know who it is because, you know, obviously it's like SG9. You don't know who's there behind it, you know. You know, for all we know, SG9 can be channeling bloody Goodwin. But anyway, these people right here believe the garbage, right? No, it's all mysterious. It's all the theatrics. That's what I'm saying. Theatrical. Okay? These are the theatrics that are taking place. So they've got this channeler that is going to channel in some alien from God knows where. And then in the middle, because of his voice screwing up, he's going to be sitting going, you know, it's funny.
Right now to actualize NESARA on screen. And
Right now.
24 hours would be nice.
Right now, there are 200 million motherships in orbit around your planet that are at least 5,000 miles in diameter, if not more. Besides,
He sounds exactly like SG and on, doesn't he? It sounds exactly like Speak and Spell. Exactly, he sounds like SG and on. Maybe it was SG and on back in the day, and they rebadged him as well. Who knows what they've done? But anyway, have a listen to this shit.
all the billions of inter-universal forces that have come in at the same time, the White Knights.
Oh, no, hold on a minute. The White Knights, did you get that crap? I'm sorry, alien man, whoever you are. Did you get that crap from good old Dove of Oneness again? Are you serious? Did you get it from the Dove of Oneness? No, he sounds like SG Non. You know, that's what he sounds like to me. You know, obviously, like Speak and Spell gone wrong. There you go. He coughed. I can't keep up. You know, how long can you keep putting on this act with that bullshit voice? And then it's obviously screwing around with his real voice. Oh, I can't handle it.
White Knights are mobilized with intergalactic communication technology where they can instantly interact with all of us. We take a moment to drink some water.
Jesus Christ, along with a lot of other helpers, is here right now.
Does anyone in the chat, I want to know, anyone in this chat believe this garbage right here? Well, this is the garbage that's been spread right now. You realize that? Future proves past, as Q says. That was in the past. Well, it's future right now from the past. And guess what? It's the same shit that we've been dealt with. The same shit sandwich from Dove of Oneness and the gang that has been given to Charlie Ward and the gang today. And that shit sandwich is spreaded all over the place.
Working with the White Knights, and they are going to restore this nation, this world, to a free and sovereign planet again like it was designed to be.
If you're familiar with Iron Mountain Report.
I was very familiar with the Iron Mountain Report, and that was one of the dark agenda plots, was to stage a phony alien invasion.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. You just heard it. The Iron, I don't know, what did he call it? Iron Report, Iron Man Report. God knows what he just said. I should be calling it the Iron Phony Report. But anyway, you remember the alien invasion, the elusive alien invasion that you've heard regurgitated today? Oh, yes, that comes from there again. Right there, you're hearing everything that has been polished like a shit sandwich today to be eaten. Okay, now it's a, you know, you can polish a turd, and at the end of the day, it's still bloody a turd. And I've been saying it all along. The only way we're going to get an EBS is a World War III scare necessary event. Not an alien invasion like the Iron Man Report was back in the day, or the Dove of Oneness. All right, let's have a listen to this.
Water.
No, piss off, alien.
Jesus Christ, along with a lot of other helpers, is here right now working with the White Knights, and they are going to restore this nation, this world, to a free and sovereign planet again like it was designed to be.
If you're familiar
there we
with
go, Iron Mountain Report. Iron Mountain Report. Are you familiar with it? Yes. You know, they were going to stage an alien attack. Okay, rebadged today. The same of the Dove of Oneness, the guillotines, the camps, fear, control, manipulate, make a shitload of cash while you're at it.
I was very familiar with the Iron Mountain Report, and that was one of the dark agenda plots, was to stage a phony alien invasion. If you look at what's been portrayed in the media, how the aliens have been portrayed, it's generally in an unfavorable light. The aliens are here to impregnate our women and cut out our rectums.
Oh, no. Where did you get that from? The Iron Mountain Report? No, piss that off. No, we're not going to. I know they want to come here and impregnate our women and cut our shitholes out. Are you serious right now? Where do they come up with this? Where do they conjure this shit up from? No, they cut out the arsehole. And what are they going to do with the arsehole? What, do they like eating it? Is it a donut for them? Maybe they like chocolate donuts. Who knows? There's probably some weird ass aliens out there. We're going to impregnate the women and chop your arsehole out. How's that grab you? Lovely.
And mutilate our cattle. And I believe this is all part of the dark agenda plot.
Greetings. We come again with much to tell you.
Yes, okay.
Momentous and longed-for events have
Okay. So Margie's reading out the latest galactic report from the Galactic Federation. Here we go.
Closer to being manifested. Most important is the official recognition of our existence. Ooh, yay. And the positive role that we have played in shaping your new transitional government. All right. A wondrous and extraordinary destiny awaits you, dear hearts. As we have
See?
said many times, first contact is simply the final positive sign that is indeed unfolding. Soon we shall all be together.
You see how they
And the
manipulate
great
people?
celebration will finally begin. Today we have shown you that truly remarkable events are about to transpire. Fantastic, isn't it?
That was in
You
2003.
white knights had better get your priorities straight and stop delaying NESARA. Because you are...
Now they're standing up. So the Dove of Dumbness is actually sent a report. One of these idiots anyway, but I think it's the Dove of Dumbness. She's gone and sent a report, and then the reporter says, no, white knights, you better do what we tell you. So this is all the theatrics that are at play. Remember? The con artistry, the backstories, all that sort of stuff. No, the Dove of Dumbness had to put it out there that she's fighting, she's having a dispute, she's having an argument with the white knights. Isn't that lovely? Because she's standing up for the people that she grifts on. You know what I mean? I really feel for these people that they believed this whole bunch of garbage that was fed by the Dove of Dumbness. Okay? And she's sitting there and she's acting like she's speaking on her behalf and saying, hey, guess what? I'm fighting for you against the white knights. Lovely.
Ready to take action now that the Bush Gang thugs have managed to beat you to the punch and are attacking Iran. The Bush Gang launched the attacks this week precisely to try to cause you white knights to delay NESARA. The Bush Gang beat you to the punch on 9/11/2001. Are you going to let them beat you again? What a ridiculous and cowardly excuse to delay removing the Bush Gang thugs from our government.
Well,
Is that my hope? And I said, oh no, there's hundreds of us that believe this way. Hundreds.
You think that's new?
We just don't know where they are yet.
You think that's new? Oh, yeah, no. That was in front of Washington, you know, the People's House right there. And you know what that is, ladies and gentlemen? Let me remind you what it is. It's, once again, the Dove of Dumbness, you know, because obviously she makes a shitload of cash from grifting off of people. And it's this, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Do you see? And then to this very day, that these idiots go around spreading the garbage. And unfortunately, there are people that go around, you know, you went around and you said, I've got the proof. Do you remember that? That you would walk around with this piece of paper. I'm saying it myself because I was conned too. We were all conned. And we'd walk around to people. That's what I'm saying. It's disgusting. And would take this piece of paper and do this. And people would say, oh, you know, don't you worry. They went and hocked themselves to death. Remember that? Do you remember that, ladies and gentlemen? Because Charlie Ward and the gang and all of them that created this whole echo chamber of lies and deception. Yeah, that's how much bullshit that they talk about that I have to go and spew out of my mouth. Now, they go around the place. They bring these little pieces of, you know, shall we say, bits of information that comes from the Dove of Dumbness, the Dove of Oneness. It all originates from there. Then you've got people that play the game of being the real JFK Jr. Then you got them and they spread all this garbage all around the place because there's so many of them. It's a virus. They have become an infestation and have destroyed this movement. They've really tarnished the word truth, ladies and gentlemen. They've really tarnished the word truth movement. And because of that, guess what? We've been painted with the same brush. And I know there are people out there. Like I just showed you the court case before. That's real. But there were people out there that were saying, no, NESARA GESARA's got me covered. I'm going to go buy a new car that I can't afford. I'm going to go and hock myself. Remember, the credit cards. People went and got a shitload of credit cards. People went on holidays that lived beyond their means, their current means. All because of the deception. The lies of Charlie Ward and all the rest of them, all of them are to blame. All of them are responsible that continue to this very day, and they link up XRP. They link up the quantum financial system. They link up NESARA GESARA. They link up all the extraterrestrial beings, the woo-woo, the everything all together. And guess what? They all do it. They're all responsible, and there needs to be justice. There needs to be accountability. They know what they're doing is wrong. They have no excuse to do what they're doing. And because of that, they don't care about a person's well-being. They don't care. Let me make it very clear. They don't care about anyone's well-being, only theirs. They only care about making money, spreading the lies and the deception in that echo chamber. That's why they interview each other. That's why they have a clique. They all interview. You're seeing Charlie Ward is always interviewing somebody. Always. And they're spreading the garbage all around the place. You got them all doing it. All of them are responsible. And you know what? They've enriched themselves way beyond means. And who is the one to pay the price? It's the people. It's the people that they see that are emotionally compromised, that trust them. And guess what? Now, those people, and I know a lot of these people, that have done their balls in debt, and then they blame Q. No, go and blame Charlie Ward. Go and blame Nick Viniarman. Go and blame Derek Johnson. Go and blame Jaco. Go and blame Phil Godlowski. Go and blame all of them that have been steering you right into the path of shit. Right there. Go and lay the blame where it needs to be laid, in their direction. You've been hoodwinked. You've been lied to by these entities. Now it's time for you to go and take your grievances with them. It's about time that people grow the balls and start taking it on and taking them on and start giving it to them. It's about time. Because you know what? They're sitting there and they're still making money. They're still doing their conventions all over the place. They're still going around spreading the lies and the deception about NESARA GESARA without any shame, without any respect, without any, no conscience, not at all. People have lost their lives, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I can explain it any more severely. They have lost their livelihoods. They have lost their families. They have lost a lot of money. They've lost their marriages because of these entities that have been going around spreading this lies and deception that was created by the Dove of Oneness, Shanae Goodwin. Then it's been rebadged, remanufactured, and created for the next crisis, known as COVID. People went and spent beyond their means, and then they went bankrupt. They lost their homes. They lost everything. It's time for people to give them basically the accountability. They need to be pointed out who they are. Everyone needs to point in their direction and to give it to them. It's time. It's time for them to pay the price of justice. Because you know what, ladies and gentlemen? They've committed fraud. That's what they have. All of them, by enabling each other and creating a network of liars and deceivers, of con artists, have committed fraud on a large scale. And it's about time that all of them need to be held accountable. I don't care. All of them. It's time. Let's continue on.
on schedule and may happen as early as Friday or Saturday.
There you go. The date promising. It's going to happen as early as Friday or Saturday. Come forward, ladies and gentlemen, and you're seeing the same thing over and over again. Now, this concludes part one, because this is part one, ladies and gentlemen. There's so many parts to this. I told you this is going to be big. The Kraken doesn't stop. This is part one of Kraken 6, NESARA GESARA exposed. Part two, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into a different phase. It's about time, as I said, that people hold these characters accountable. Now that you've seen the con, and you will see more and more of it. Now you know. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Are you going to sit there and say it's not my problem? Are you going to sit there and still enable those characters that you know who they are? Are you going to sit there and keep watching their shows? Because you're giving them the fuel they need to continue. You keep enabling them, you are responsible as well. That's the harsh reality. You keep watching their shows, you keep watching their Telegram, you keep watching them, you keep buying their products, you are enabling them all. I'm talking about news treason. Derek Johnson, Charlie Ward, Nick Viniarman, all of them, the card shufflers, every one of them. Every one of those groups out there are doing it. You've seen it. The facts, evidence, and receipts cannot be disputed. You've seen that man known as Harvey F. Bernard, his real intentions. His intentions was he cared about mankind. He cared about the United States of America. He cared about people. He cared about the farmers. And then they turned it into an abomination. Shanae Goodwin turned it into an abomination that continues on to this very day. I want to say thank you to all of you for tuning into the Kraken 6, Part 1. Very soon, ladies and gentlemen, Part 2 will be released. I want to say thank you to Carol, thank you to Soren, and thank you to all of you. God bless you all, and please do the right thing. Get rid of them all today. Cheers, everyone.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. changed to rose. Some stranger to you.